So, I just wanted to see the armor real quick. Let me turn this down a little bit. I just wanted to see the armor, how much it costs, so I could calculate what we need to do. Yup. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and now you do too. Pause. Gotta support? Hey, I appreciate it. Thank you. I appreciate the support. Thank you. That's the big owl guy. Alright, maybe the armor is down, perhaps. The sword? You place a... Oh, okay, I didn't ask... Okay, I got you explaining it for them. That's fine. I'm just gonna conveniently not read that. Let's see. Where's this armor at? Oh, here. Okay, here it is. All right. So, 1,600. That's 1,600. 550. So, we're looking at 2,150. 2,150, and we have 177. So we need a lot of rupees. Y'all. Have you come across a Lionel yet? I have. I didn't fight it, but I did see it. I saw the Lionel, and the Lionel saw me, and then we went about our business, but I didn't fight it yet. What is it? My crush literally got a boyfriend last Friday, and I just learned that I'm about to crash out. I slowly been trying to get there to ask her, but now I can't. Hey, listen, my friend, it happens sometimes. It's all right. Hey, there's plenty of wonderful people out there. Hopefully you meet another one. But I'm sorry, that does happen sometimes. I'm sorry. Gotcha. I'll see if I can find it. Better say north, not above. Okay. Y'all are talking about the stuff. Okay. All right. Let me get out of the village, and let me. There was something here I actually wanted to see. Let me go back to the shrine real quick. All right. So there was something that I marked on the map that I wanted to take a look at to see what was good with that. See what's up. All right. It's marked. It's red. Let's see. Where is it? Okay, it's right there. What is this? Alrighty. I believe this is that it, oh, okay. Wait. Something just popped up behind me. Let me take a look around real quick. Hold up. What is that? Oh gosh. Okay. So what am I currently holding? Let me put my bow away. Oh, I do have some arrows. All right, let's remove it for right now. Let's switch to a better shield. Let's use our bow. Let's use our bow shield, and then let's switch to a different weapon. All right, and let's try not to die. Oh, okay. All right. Oh, and the Yika clan? Oh my gosh, it's so many people. I'm finna get cooked. All right. Do I have any food? No, I don't. Oh, I mean, I do have these, but I have to save these because I need to. Oh my days, I love Majora's Mask, and Breath of the Wild just saves me from guys like this. You have Majora's Mask and Breath of the Wild. You talking about like Majora's like mask? You have the mask, and is your Breath of the Wild modded? Is that in the game? How did you do that? It's DLC? Oh, okay. Alright, so I need to get out of here. Oh, shrooms. Is that a fairy? Wait! Fairy, please! Oh, go. Wait. Get the mushrooms. Oh no. Please don't fight me, wolves. No, why do y'all want to fight me, bro? Yeah, you better run. Actually, oh wait, I took out my bow. I need that meat. Give me that meat. Just eat something? Oh yeah, just eat every, that would be so easy, wouldn't it? I don't have any food, but I want to save this. So, give me a second. All right, so I guess one of the goals was that I needed, to get some meat too, so to cook with. So, you know, there's that. Hopefully I don't run into any more enemies that are gonna one-shot me. I would sure hate for that to happen. Oh, a fox. Wait, friend. Oh, wait. Where am I even going? It's a bunch of water over here. Actually, what's that down there? Some boxes? Is that an enemy? What is this down here? Is this a puzzle? What do we have here? Did you beat the major test of strength yesterday? I did beat the major test of strength. I did. That's actually how I got, you know, the Guardian Shield Plus. That's also how I got the Ancient Battle Axe, you know, the Guardian Sword Plus Plus, and the Ancient Battle Axe Plus Plus. Yeah. I did beat it. It took a while, but I did eventually beat it. Yeah. That is a Korok? Oh, okay. All right. Good to know. Okay, sure. What the hell? Sure. Give me 1 second. Alrighty. Here we go. Alright. Magnesis? I wonder. Oh, there's more wolves. All right. Let me slowly walk up. I'm gonna get to meet it real quick. Is this your first time playing Breath of the Wild? Yes, this is my first time playing Breath of the Wild. I'm currently on my second Divine Beast, Vametto. I beat Thunderblight. I beat Vinoboris a little while back, and now I'm working on the second one. But I need to grind first to get some money, to get some armor. So that's what we're doing now. Hey, it's Chris Dreamer from the hit game Deltarune. Holy crap. What are you doing here, my friend? Shouldn't you be stopping the road? Okay, I'm sorry. All right. How's it going? The first time is the best. Hey, well, I'm enjoying the game so far. You know, Breath of the Wild never really was one of the greatest games for me. But I'm really enjoying it. Taking it slow and just vibing out with y'all. You know, I've really been enjoying it so far. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing where we go, for sure. And then I'm looking forward to playing Tears of the Kingdom. And then eventually we gotta play Ocarina and Majora's. We'll do that eventually. All right. So. Where y'all going? Where y'all going? Where you going, bro? I need your meat. Don't run away from me. Oh. Don't fall off. Yo, I don't like the way that wolf looking at me. Hopefully they don't kill me. Arrows? I know. I don't want to use arrows though. I don't have that many left. I only have 19 bomb arrows and 3 ice arrows. I don't want to use any arrows. But I could attack it. I could do that. Let me switch over my weaker weapons real quick. And did the wolf fall off? No, my meat ran away. That's crazy. All right, whatever. I think I said it was a Korok over here or something like that. Throw the boomerang really quickly. You know, I never did try that. You know what? Let me try throwing this boomerang real quick. I never practiced with this. So if I throw it, will it come back? Where'd it go? Oh, okay. All right, let me try throwing it at the ground again. So what if I throw it right here? You think it'll come back? Oh, it came back. It actually came back. Okay, that's cool. I like that. That's dope. All right. Do I need to do something with this? Can I put this in here? Oh. Oh, that's actually what you do. Oh, okay. Cool. I actually found a Karoxid. All right. That's a big boy right there. Let's see. Mini QuickTime event to catch it? Really? Okay. Oh, wait. First, let me save. Because I am not trying to do this shit again. Hold up. Alright. Wait, what? There we go. Alright. You save a lot? Yeah, because I never know when I'm finna die. And I don't like the way this game auto saves. So I always try to save as much as I can. Alright, let's go somewhere over to this. Let's go over to this green area. Let's go over. Let's see, where is this? This is Lake of the Horse God. Let's see, this is Mount Hateno Village. Let's go to this grassy area, right? Where is this? This is Shrine. Where is this? Where is this by? Oh, this is Lake Hylia. Okay. Let's go over here. It's a stable. All right. Let's go to the stable, grab a horse, and let's walk around. Just go to sleep? Oh, yeah. I know. And we will. We definitely will. I probably might pay to go to sleep at this what's the name? At this stable. We'll see. Sometimes I like living life on the edge, you know? It's more fun that way. All right. Alrighty, the stable is down there. Y'all think I live if I jump? You think I live if I jump up here? You really can't mine efficiently. You haven't unlocked a good mining spot yet. Oh, okay. Well, that is what this stream is. Paraglider? I mean, yeah, of course I got paraglide down there, but what's the fun in that? I could just jump down. Let's see what I was gonna say. Okay, that's good to know. I'll keep that in mind. Mining spot. I mean, I could tune my Sheikah sensor to try to find some ores. I guess I could try that. That's probably what I do now. But first, let me get some health first. Are those enemies? Oh. Do they see me? Oh wait. All right, come on. I need to go to sleep. What is that red shit outside? What is that? Oh wait. Is that Vinovorus? Oh, it is. That's so cool that you can see that. I love that. Hint volcano. Oh, I should go to volcano. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Regular bed will cost me. Give me a regular bed. I'm not trying to spend that much money. I guess we could travel to a volcano. Oh, but wait. Oh, actually, I do have heat resistance armor, so I think we might be fine. Yeah. All right, we're gonna go to a volcano today. I mean, this whole stream we're gonna be grinding so that the next stream we could actually take on Vomito. So you know, we're gonna be chilling. We're just vibing out for right now for the next couple hours. Kind of just take. I love these grinding streams because it allows me to really not do anything too plot heavy, too story heavy. I could just focus on, and I could really just my mind wants to say inhale the game or suck the game in. I don't know why I'm thinking like Kirby right now, but I really want to enjoy my surroundings. How's it going, Corey? How's it going, my friend? What's up? We're about to head to a volcano in a few. But first, let me... Do I want to kill these enemies? Do I? Hey, I'm going to the volcano right now too. Okay, that's wonderful. All right, let's get Steve. Oh, Steve.
Yeah.
All right, you want to register a horse? Take one out. Let me take a horse. Which horse you want to take out? I want to take out horse. You want a Steve, right? Yeah, take out horse. All right. Give me Steve. Yo, Corey, thank you for liking the live. I appreciate it. Thank you. You know, and if it's cool with y'all, you know, if you want, you could definitely share the stream around. You know what I'm saying? Whatever platform you're on. You know, if that's cool with you, it's up to you.
Hey.
I appreciate either way. All right. Alrighty. Where is their volcano? Volcano. Yo, Link, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it. I'm literally playing as you right now. All right. Let's see. Wait. That is Ganon. That's not a volcano. All right. Let's ride. Oh wait. Hey. Leave that woman alone. All right. Yo, Zell, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it. Howdy. What's good? What's good with you? Okay. They're messing with this human, and good guy Link over here is about to save her. About to save them. All right. Here we go. All right. Leave them alone. But I think I will use a bomb arrow right here though. All right, motherfucker. Oh, wait. Oh! Wait, so do you have DLC? I do. I do have all the DLC, yes. I just haven't, like, you know, I haven't done any story-related stuff to the DLC as of yet. But, I was thinking about doing that in a post-game. Maybe a post-game stream after we beat the game. We'll do the DLC. Go to your map. Go to my map. Okay. All right, so what now? I'm at the map. Plateau. Where the fuck is that again? Plateau of Greatness. Is this for the DLC? Zoom. Plateau of Greatness. Great Plateau. I need to zoom in again. No, it's not right. It's north. All right. Is it like is it somewhere up here? All right. We will do anything related to the DLC later. First, let me save this person. God damn! Hey! Ooh, a spiked Boko bow. Did I save that person? Where are they? Is there still enemies? Is that an enemy? Okay. Where did the person go? Did they die? Yo, Val, how's it going? Sorry, I won't be able to stay for the stream. Have plans. Good luck with the rest of the stream. I appreciate you, Val. Have a good one. Have a good one. Right now, we're just grinding, so this is not a story-heavy stream anyway. So, appreciate you. Thank you. It's a tad north of the Great Plateau. I keep in mind. Yeah, I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. The poor horses. I know. Those damn bastards attacking the horses, and me too. I didn't mean to attack the horse. All right, there's like one more. It's like two more guys. Oh, they're still harassing them. No, leave them alone. Leave them alone. Hey, what's good? Where are you? Oh. Okay, I guess. Horses can die, by the way? Oh no. That's unfortunate. I hope I didn't kill a horse with that bomb arrow. I surely hope that didn't happen. Mishi. That was really scary. I'm glad you were around, though. Here, take this. Thanks. Food! We got food, y'all. Hey, let's go. All right. There's a volcano right there. All right, there's a volcano right there. Let me mark it. That pin was probably ass, but it's fine now. All right. Oh, Steve. Where are you? Come here, Steve. Come here, Steve. All right. We're going. Yo, Zell, thank you for the heart. I appreciate it. Yo, Kim, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Obdachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here, and since you're here, now you do too. Pause. All right. Okay. Oh, there's a shrine nearby? Oh, right. I forgot to tune my Sheikah sensor. All right. So Sheikah sensor, that's not, it's Y. So Y is square? Yeah. Okay. Let's change to rare ore. So it's going to help us find some rare ore. So we'll be able to get some rare ore. All right. Yo, Zell, thank you for sharing the live. And Kenton, thank you for liking it. Okay. Okay. All right. So we are riding around. Oh, it's a person. I feel like you about to give me a side quest.
Hey.
Suzuna. It's unusual to see someone traveling alone. Where you headed? I'm not sure. Wow, you really say what's on your mind, don't you? I'm headed towards the foreign grasslands. You want to hear my story? Sure, I'll tell you. You didn't even give me a chance to say yes or no. But okay, for sure, fine, whatever. Oh, I remember this part. I say just focus on Naruto right now. That's what we're doing, Link. We gotta grind out to get some money. This is a grind stream. We're gonna be grinding for the next couple hours. All right, and preparing. I lost my best friend, a horse I've been traveling with for years and years. Oh, I'm not gonna do this side mission. I'm not wasting my time with this shit right now. What's my friend code? All right, so about that, I don't have any Nintendo Switch Online, so unfortunately we won't be able to play together at the moment. But when I do get it, I will give you my friend code. I heard the tale of a fountain in the fair in Glasslands, a magical fountain that could revive lost horses. Oh wow, something about reviving lost horses right after I just, got rid of a bunch of them on accident. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh. That was it? Okay, whatever. Okay. Oh, meat. Wait, no. I need meat. What is this? Hightail lizard. Cook it with monster parts to give a speed boosting elixir? Oh, interesting. Oh, is that a mushroom? Okay. Yes. What the hell was that? Oh, enemy. Okay, sure. Octorok tentacle. It's too acidic for cooking, but highly valued as an ingredient for elixirs. At what point am I going to start making elixirs? I probably should look into that. Oh, more mushrooms. Good. But Jellum, how's it going, my friend? What's good? Yes, get that meat. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You know what I'm saying. Get that meat. That big. All right. You know what? Great to see people still playing Breath of the Wild. You'll really enjoy it. Oh, I'm definitely enjoying it for sure. For sure. Anytime you want. Was that outskirts of the volcanic region? Oh, that's where we're going. That's where we're going. We're definitely gonna go to the volcanic area right now. I got it pinned on the map. We're gonna go there. Mainly just to explore, because I don't think I ever explored any. I don't think I explored a volcano yet. I'm trying to keep my eyes peeled for any meat or any mushrooms. I see some meat. You can't escape me. I could shoot you while I'm on a horse, but I'm not gonna shoot you because there's bomb arrows, and I don't want to do that. Oh, one of my favorite regions. You'll love it. Oh, I can't wait. If I don't love it, that's your ass. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Do you have Wetlands Tower in the northeast? Let's find out. Northeast. So it's north, south. What is it? Is it east, west? I don't know. So I know north is up there and south is down and relative where I'm at right now. So northeast, would that be over here? No, I don't. Okay. So this is where we're going. I mean, technically I could, if this is where I'm at, I don't need to walk all the way over there. I could just take the shrine and then walk over there sooner. But I wanted to scour the area to get some stuff. So I'll eventually go over there. Oh no, I don't have it. Okay. All right. Can I get meat from the horses? That's kind of crazy. That's kind of crazy thing to ask, right? Is low-key cold right now? No, you can't get meat from the horses? Damn, I could have gone for some horse meat, man. Oh, more Koroks. My horse loves me, and I love my horse. Ooh, apples. Yes, apples. I need to want that last apple. Apple, all right. They make a sad noise and then ragdoll. That shouldn't be as funny as it is, but it's hilarious, Link. But I mean, I guess you would know, right? I mean, you were going on all these adventures, and you've had many different, you've messed around with many horses. I don't know why did I say it like that? You weren't messing around horses, but like, you've definitely gone on many adventures, is what I mean. One time I went on a horse murdering spree. Wow. Okay. I love your streams being later. I mod for someone who streams earlier during my work hours. Hey, it's lit. It makes it hard to enjoy the content. Hey, well, I'm glad that you're able to make it. I love having you here. You're a great vibe. Autumn's Art Books. Thank you for liking the live. I appreciate you. Thank you. If I get another horse, or not if, but when I get another horse, I will give y'all the chance to name that one. Chat name the first one, Steve. Guys, there's a blood moon. Oh shit. Oh, also I'm a mod for another dude. That's what's up. And you know what's crazy? The craziest thing is I'm also a mod for somebody else too. Y'all name it after me? So Link is gonna be Rod Link? I mean, it's not illegal. I love modding, but during work hours it's so hard. So I love later streams. Hey, that's wonderful. I mean, I'm coming around to later streams too, you know what I'm saying? So it's cool. Hell yeah, brother. Ooh, a dragon. That's a pretty dragon. It's not gonna kill me, is it? Oh! It's not gonna kill me, is it? Surely the dragon won't kill me. Well, about that. Oh my gosh, my horse! Steve, come back! Come back, buddy! Oh my gosh, yo, Steve was frozen. Yo, Steve was locking up, yo. Fire arrow? Okay, sure. What is that? What did that just do? Hey, what's that over there? Was that... Wait. Was that the mysterious legendary money dragon? Did I just get money off the money dragon? Money? No way. A Feroce scale. This precious scale contains powerful electricity. You could cook with it, but eating it just seems like a waste. This precious scale fell from a golden spirit. Huh. Alright. That's cool. Will Steve follow me? Oh, it will. Okay. How many enemies are there? I see 2 enemies. All right. Let me save it, and then let's go. All right. All right, buddy. Come on. Come on, motherfucker. Come on. What you got for me? All right. Whatever. You make me sick. You make me sick. All right. What weapons do I have? You know what? We're gonna take this Guardian Spear because it's the lowest weapon I have. We're gonna equip it and we're gonna throw it and we're gonna do that. Okay, I missed. Cool, I guess. Okay. Damn. Come here, Steve. No! Shut up. Oh! A Zora spear. Ooh. Are there Zora in this game? My inventory's full. You know what? I'm gonna get it just because it's something new. And it does 14 damage, so I'm gonna take this, equip this, and then I'm gonna do that. Never mind, it does 9 damage. What the fuck was I looking at? What the hell? What is that? Is that another rusty item? Oh, I love using rusty items. Okay, how much? I can't carry anymore. Okay, sure. It does 9. Hi is what? Do you know about parrying? Yeah, I know about parrying. Yeah. I definitely know about parrying. I'll BRB. I'm gonna eat real quick. Yo, enjoy your food. It does 9. Yeah. All right. It looks cool though, so I'm gonna keep it. But I do want this rusty claymore. But I don't. You know, I already have a boomerang, so you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna take this boomerang, and then I'm gonna throw it. And pick that up. All right. All right, let's keep going. Wait a second. Hold up a second. Wait. Let me think. Is there memory around here? There's another enemy? Where? You motherfucker. You came back. Oh my gosh. This motherfucker came back. All right. Let me take a look at my album. I thought this was the area, but I don't think this is the area. This is not where I was at. Okay, whatever. Wait. That's in Gerudo Highlands. Okay, I'll keep that in mind to go there. All right. There's no tetanus. Why would you want the rusty claymore? Because I'm gonna start killing the bosses with the rusty items. That's the reason why I still have. That's why I still got the rusty shield, because I'm a parry with the rusty shield. That's how I was doing the Thunder by Glannon before he destroyed my shield. Or parrying his ass with the rusty shield, just to let him know how much I disrespect him. What is that? What is that noise? Oh no, it's just regular music. Are those enemies? You think there's a chest up there? There could be a chest up there. What is this? Oh, it's a person. wait, you said what? Oh, wasted a daybreaker? Oh yeah. Let me swat. See, you just reminded me. I need to switch. Let's see. Out of all the time playing these games, I never thought about to throw the boomerangs. Honestly, I only threw the boomerangs my first time today. Okay, I also used them as a regular weapon before. I wasn't even thinking like I could throw this bitch as a boomerang. I ain't think about it. I mean, I did think about it, but I didn't do it for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know. But, you know, I'm glad that I threw it. And I guess I realized that it's cool, you know? All right. Bada bing, bada boom. Yep. How's it going, Sir Ryan? What's good? Have you played this before? No, I haven't. Well, I mean, played last week, but, you know, this is as far as I ever gotten. Right now, hold up. Right now, I am grinding out to get some money because there's some armor that I'm trying to afford in the Rito village, and it costs 2150 rupees, and I only have 157 rupees. I got stuff I could sell, but I'm trying to amass, you know, some more meat, some more things that I can cook. I got a lot of things so far, so I can definitely make some dishes. But I wonder how much. I wonder how much it sells for this scale. Well, whatever. I'll figure it out. You are in for greatness, my dude. Oh, I believe it. I'm enjoying the game so far. You know what I'm saying? I've never been a super heavy Zelda person, but I'm definitely enjoying the game. Looking forward to seeing what else I got for me. Throwing the boomerang also adds a critical hit. Oh, interesting. Okay, good. I'll keep that in mind for when I fight bosses that aren't as fast as Thunderblight Cannon. That'd be cool. I'd just be hitting them with it. Oh, that's good to know. Don't forget to look for the little dudes too. Get more storage room. Yeah, I got 3 of them right now. I haven't run into, what is it, Hetsu? I haven't run into Hetsu yet to extend my shit yet. But eventually. I think the scale sells for 150 rupees. Oh, that's a ripoff. Okay. All right. That's ass. All right, we're going to the volcano, y'all. You know what? Is there anything in here? What? What? Is it a pattern thing? No, okay. Alright, so you get that. And then, nope, okay. Oh, Steve, come in here. Yeah, come here. It looks like it might rain. It looks like it might rain. I don't want you to get rained on. Hey, look at that. It rained. Numbers. It's a Korok here. Okay. This. You know, I'm definitely getting Korok vibes from this area for sure. All right. So I think. Is it these over here? Numbers. Oh, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, okay. I see. Yay. Now, let me ask y'all a question. All right. Let me ask y'all a question. Korok seeds, right? Do the Korok seeds work kind of like the shrines in the sense where you need 4 in order to get 1 inventory slot? Because if they do, I will kill myself. And follow the host. Yo, welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and since you're here, you also do too. Pause. No? Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, good. All right, wonderful. So wait, so is it like 1 inventory slot per Korok seed, or is the economy not that good? You know what I'm saying? Or is it like 2 Korok seeds for 1 inventory slot? The number increases everything you expand the space. Okay. April, I have a question, my man. Shimon, is Michael Jackson, is that you? What's up, though? How's it going? What's up, Shimon? What you got for me, my friend? Shanice Simmons followed the host. Hello, Shanice. How's it going? Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here. Playing some Legend of Zelda, but enjoy your time here. Pause. All right. Like inflation, I love that explanation. No, it starts low but increases like inflation. Oh, that's crazy. Oh, okay. Damn, that sucks. I can't even escape inflation even in real life. All right. I mean, what? I can't escape inflation even in the game world, not in real life. What the fuck? I was about to. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I was about to fold little man. I was about to attack him. Korok seeds are Korok turds? Oh. Why did you say that? Why would you tell me that? I'm just getting Korok shit to enhance my inventory. Oh, fantastic. Just hold some Korok bullshit. All right, great. Shimon, are you going to ask me that question, by the way? Shimo, are you going to ask me that question? How do you feel about the political views of global warming at the brink of extinction, with the stocks depleting back to a neutral zero of equity? Okay. Here's how I feel about that, right? I feel like Korok seeds going up in inflation sucks. That's how I feel about that. All right. Here we go. Do I have anything I can make a fire with? I do have wood. I can sleep. I could sleep. I have two wood. Hold. Drop that. Right? Hey, can Steve come in here? Yeah. Come on in, buddy. Come on in. All right. Wait a second. Let me ride Steve away from the explosion. All right. So now I'm just gonna simply fire an arrow like this. Surely I won't die. Careful with meddling storms. Global warming is tasty. Well, I mean, that's certainly a way to describe global warming. I'm joking. I'm joking, you mad cute dog. Let's go have a drink sometime. Oh, I'm flattered. Sure. I like chocolate milk. Let's grab some of that. Careful with meddling storms. Yeah, I might get electrocuted. For real. I might. Koroks annoy me so much. I hate hunting them down every time I need more space. Honestly, with the way that this playthrough going, we might just have to fuck around with what we got right now and see if we could beat the game with just that. Oh, okay. I got scared for a second. I got scared as hell. Yo, Dorkmaster, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the Odachi clan. We love big swords. Pause. All right. Okay, it's not raining. All right, Steve. Let's go. Yes, sir. Wait, no, Steve! What are you doing? You know what, Steve? I don't blame you. It was my fault. My wife divorced me. Jarvis more chocolate milky. Jarvis, pour me a glass of chocolate milk. You can actually off the horse, so be careful. Oh, really? You can accidentally off the horse? Oh, that's crazy. Yo, Amanda, welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here. Now that you're here, you do too now. Pause. We're going there. Okay. Oh. I wonder if we're gonna run into some guardians. I want to show off my sick parrying skills. Oh, that's a big boy right there. Wait. All right. That's a big fella. Hey, hey, welcome back. How's it going? Yes, I felt horrible the first time it happened. Oh, that sounds awful. Yeah, my favorite horse, Fart Sparkles, died a sad death. Can we have a moment of silence for Fart Sparkles, please? You have that what a lovely name. What a lovely name, for sure. It was tragic. How did it happen? How did it happen? How did it happen? The worst way a horse can die is to guardians. Oh, that sounds awful. And here I was thinking a horse falling off of a cliff and breaking his neck was the worst way to go out. But getting killed by a guardian sounds even worse. You just vaporize it. The horse is like, oh! Or the horse like the Ash baby. It was electric bats that got my first horse. I was so mad and watched it float in the waves. Oh no! Oh no! Damn, that's crazy. When I first played, I didn't know we could bring a horse back to the stable. We bringing horses back to stables? I ain't never do that. I mean, I guess I didn't know that you could do that, but oh, okay. It was cooking. Damn. Yo, Jarlax, what's good, my friend? How's it going, my friend? Back to life. Oh man, Farsparkle sounds like a messed up name. My Little Pony. Yeah. All right, here we go. Catch. Oh! I didn't think I was actually gonna hit it. What's up, fucker? Oh wait. He has Ultra Instinct. That enemy has Ultra Instinct. Yo, they dodged it. I surely didn't miss. They have Ultra Instinct. Hold up a second. I just realized I don't have my noise gating shit on. My bad, y'all. Okay, there we go. I like to add a little flavor to my horse names. Hey, nothing wrong with that. You can. Different areas has different stats for horses too. My horse's name. Does that say Nadaline? Like Nadaline? Because that's a beautiful name, by the way. That is a beautiful name. Or yes, sir. Have you found a Lionel yet? I didn't fight it. I did see it, but I didn't interact with it. Link solos Goku? Sure. But it's from Lord of the Rings. Oh, okay. All right. Damn, that enemy sliding right there. That was what is that? I love Sebastian. That was that enemy sliding was I love Sebastian's horse. Let's see. It's actually spelled it's actually spelled Lionel. It is actually, but you know, I didn't say anything. But perfect pronunciation. I'm impressed. You know what? Before I said it, Jarlax, I was actually like working it out in my head. I was like, okay. I was working out the syllables. I mainly do that with a lot of things because I have a speech impediment. So I always try to work out the syllables and things before I say it out loud, so I don't stutter as much. But you know, I'm a chronic stutterer, so it just happens. Is there anything in here? No, there's nothing in here. All right, Steve, let's keep going. Oh, wait. All right, Steve, let's go. You're really close to the cool armor place? Oh. Unrelated, gang, y'all know the drill. Let's get this king to 20k likes. Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you, Jarlax. I appreciate you. Thank you. You're really close to the cool armor spot. Oh, I wonder what that's gonna be like. Oh, is that a tower? Oh, okay. We might as well hit that tower on our way to the volcano. There's a guardian over there. Oh, come on, Steve. Steve, come on, you're embarrassing me. It's probably a hidden piece. I don't remember armor locations. I see. Ooh. All right. Do I have the... Okay. Let me go slow. Hey. Raw meat, baby. Raw meat. All right. You forgot to catch the boomerang? I sure did. I sure did. I'll catch it next time for you. Oh! There's ores nearby. Oh, all right. Let me kill these enemies first. Ooh, mushrooms. Oh, wait. And it was a headshot. And it was a headshot. Yeah, the DLC has non-story armor pieces scattered through. Oh, okay. Cool. I'm not scared of you, motherfucker. I'm not scared of you. I don't. I caught it. I caught it that time, Jarlax. Did you see it? I caught it. I caught the boomerang. Some fun stuff. I do remember 2 secret shops. Okay. All right. I saw that. Beautiful. Hey, wonderful. Oh, meat. Ooh, I sure love me some sear steak. All right. All right, what do we have here? Money, money. Okay. Yep, that's one of them. Okay. All right, so there's ore around. It's not in that direction. It's in this direction. Hey, go. $60 rupees? Oh. Wait, don't run away. All right, whatever. All right, whatever. All right. Anyways, okay. It said there's ore around. Oh, Koroks. Oh boy. That's not Korok. Octoroks. Ouch. Kilton is Tears of the Kingdom. I didn't think he was Breath of the Wild. Get those jellies. You can use the jellies to make ice or fire. Oh, really? Okay. Sure. Where they at? Ouch. These motherfuckers have some impeccable aim. All right. Okay, so I might actually die. I didn't actually want to eat anything. You know what? I'm just gonna save it. If I die, I die. Yo, Salty Fives, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here. Pause. All right. Oh no. This is why I saved it. Oh yeah, all choo-choo jellies could be altered using elemental arrows. Don't directly hit them. Oh, so like let's just say if I had a fire arrow and yo, thank you for the heart, Salty Fives. So if I shot a fire arrow near a jelly, would it become a fire jelly and then I could get fire jellies? Is that what you're saying? Yep. Okay. All right. Cool. That's interesting. I learn something new every time I play this game. All right. Oh, is there something here? No. You know, I could just shoot a bomb arrow. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! 1 hour to take them all out, all at once. That should have been an achievement. That should have been an achievement. Kill 7 enemies with one weapon. All right, here we go. Fire, ice, and electric chews spawn naturally too. Oh yeah, I've definitely seen electric ones. Have you gotten a master sword? No, I have not. Ooh, soldier shield. Oh, okay. All right, rusty shield. We have to drop you for right now. All right, let's get to this tower right here. I feel like I'm slowly becoming a promoter. Hey, I appreciate it though. You are my goat. You my goat though. Thank you. Yo, Salty Fives, thank you for the 9 roses. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. Alrighty, so we're about to get this. We're about to get this tower. Oh, is there a chest there? Pleasing money, pleasing money, pleasing money. Oh, a Korok leaf. I mean, that would have been handy. Some time ago. What's in here? Oh, tip, use magnesis to check small bodies of water for hidden chests. Oh, okay. What's in here? Oh my gosh. That wasn't a good idea. Okay, all right, but get this. Check this out. Check this out. What if I just did that? Ooh, is that a weapon? What is this? This is a sword. Can I pick it up? Ooh, soldier's broadsword. Ooh. What am I holding as 14? That's 24. All right. So via process of elimination, all right, we're gonna get rid of the rest claymore. All right. Could have shot lantern and drop 5. Wait, could have shot lantern to drop fire on bombs. Oh, I didn't know you could do that. But I don't have any. I don't have any. I mean, I guess I got ice arrows. I have ice arrows, but only other arrows I have are bomb arrows, and I feel like, I mean, it probably would have still did what you were saying, but I feel like that probably wouldn't have done as nice, I guess. I don't know. All right, let's go up here and glide over to the tower. Oh, okay, more enemies. All right, they're always trying me. I'm still upset he missed that Korok. What Korok did I miss? I missed another Korok? I'm finna miss hella Koroks. I ain't gonna hold you, cause I don't be knowing. Oh. Wait, don't I have bomb arrows, right? Wait. Fuck y'all. And I'm about to claim your meat. Give me the meat. Why am I walking in the fire? Oh, what's this? It's Traveler's Claymore. Okay. You are obviously totally welcome to play however, just like passing ideas. Oh no, I appreciate it. No, if anything, yo, Jazzy, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi Clan, my friend. We love big swords. And now you do too. Pause. All right. Push the boulder into the hole. Didn't I get that one? I could have, oh no, was there a second Korok in the other one? Cause I could have sworn I did get that one. Yo, Jax, well, Jax from from the hit series, The Amazing Digital Circus. Now, okay, but welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here. Pause. Welcome. All right, here we go. Here we go. Oh, the one I fell in. Oh, all right. I will go back and do that. Games like these have ways they tend to work and workarounds. I like helping people notice them. Hey, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. If anything, that's one of my favorite things about this too. You know, of course you got the way you're supposed to play it, and then I love finding workarounds and things that work. They may not always be the most optimal, but you know, sometimes it's about sending a message. And I think that's one of the things about me, the way I play. You know, sometimes it really is just about sending that message. All right. I'm pretty sure that boulder stuff was over there, was back over there, I think. So I will hit this tower and then I will go do that. But it's about the freeness and the creativity those games allow to me. I agree. My favorite tip is to sneak onto a giant's head to ride it up and get what you need without fighting. Oh, sneaking around is fun. I actually enjoy. I enjoy stealth games too. I'm pretty fond of Hitman. Honestly, I should definitely play some Hitman on stream sometime. That'll be pretty fun. Sneaking around. Oh yeah. Alrighty. We're almost here. It's crazy how we got sidetracked because I was trying to get to a volcano. And we have still yet to get to that volcano. I agree with you, Jarlax. Yeah. Jarlax be cooking. Jarlax be talking that good talk. Alrighty. All right. In the meantime, while that's going on, how is all of your nights going? By the way, did all y'all have a pretty good day today? My friend and I have watched each other play through these games and giggled about how we go about things differently. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. That sounds really fun. Alrighty. So now we have another spot. We got another place that we can travel to. Scanning area. All right. Thank you. I'm having a hard time remembering names tonight. Oh yeah. A Hinox? The fuck is that? A Hinox? Oh, I don't think I encountered a Hinox yet. My day's been pretty good. Can almost claim fully recovered. Oh, that's wonderful. Okay, cool. That's wonderful, homie. All right, so I still hate that stupid ass cutscene that it takes so damn long for that to happen. It's like I already, my day is good, just winding down from a long work day. I feel that. Sorry guys, I get wrapped up in likes and don't want to stop tapping till the number is high. Hey, listen, Jarlax, I appreciate it. Where is Steve at? Did Steve despawn? Oh fuck. Yo, motherfuckers like, wait. What if I just hit you with an ice arrow though? What if I just did that and then hit you with you know, one of these? All right. I hate them dudes always popping up to waste time. I know, I mean to worst times, yeah, for sure. So you're saying there's a Korok over here that I didn't get. Oh, Steve is over here. Okay. So you're saying, right, oh, push this boulder into the hole. Okay, I see, I see. All right. Okay. Yay. All right, thank you. Yo, Unc. Oh gosh. Well, yo. Yo, what's good, Lionel? I haven't come across one of your kind today, but when I do, I will beat your ass. How you doing though? It's good to see you. My kind? Yeah, one of your kind. Yeah, one of your kind. You know, Lionel's. Hey, look, the proper spelling. All right, where's the shrine? Not shrine. Where's the? Okay, tower's over here. Dueling Peaks Tower. You see a Lionel, you need to save ASAP. Oh, I will. You know, I'm always saving, but I would definitely save for sure. Yeah. Cloud Strife. Guys, look, there's a blood moon. And then Cloud Strife did not respond again. Hopefully the blood moon did not kill Cloud Strife. Lionels do have the best equipment though. Oh, okay, good to know. All right, where's that volcano that we were going to? Oh, it's over there. Okay. Oh, but the ore. But where might the ore be? I saw a grandma beat one of my brothers. That's unfortunate. I do not fuck with Lionels, bro. Hey. As soon as I learned dodge timing, they became a joke to me. Oh, okay. Hey, hopefully that become a joke to me too once I learn it. All right. We could teleport, you know. If only the devs let us use our teleports in combat. I fully get that it's a skill issue, and it's an issue I still have managed not to fix. Hey, you'll get there if you want, you know. You'll definitely get there. I believe in you. Oh, it's a shrine. Ah, a shrine. Two shrine. No, is that a shrine? What the fuck is that? A shrine too? Okay. All right. I didn't have my Sheikah sensor on, so that's why I didn't realize there were shrines nearby. It's fine though. I could go there. You know, I might as well go there. Let's go to the. Let's do some shrines, y'all. How many spirit orbs do I have right now? None. Okay. The next one I'm gonna do is the next one I'm gonna do is another heart to cause I did 2 stamina before and then I did 1 heart, so maybe I'll do another heart and then I'll do stamina again and then I'll just do stamina. I don't know if I'm gonna get the master sword. We'll see though. There's 2 shrines near each other. That feels illegal, not gonna lie. It's not uncommon, of course, but you know, it just feels illegal for them to be this close to each other. I had a feeling that I might die, but I was hoping that Link was just a little bit tough. I did have a feeling that I might die from doing that. Oh well. Hero who saved Hyrule, by the way. Facts. I am indeed the hero that's gonna save Hyrule. Yep. Man, if only all of the you know, other characters and like the other races like knew kind of shit I was getting up to when I wasn't working on Divine Beast, they'd be like, are we really gonna be good in this guy's hands? If only they knew the shenanigans I was getting up to. Dies from broken ankles. I would have yelled at Link for dying when I thought he should have lived. Oh, for sure. All right, let me save it and then let's go. I could probably solo Ganon, to be honest. I mean, damn.
It's so funny when you say solo Ganon, because that sounds like it implies that you could have got a friend to help you fight Ganon. That guy probably still sleeping under the castle. Oh, wait, are you saying you could solo Ganon as a Lionel? Probably. I mean, you probably could beat the Ganon that's sleeping. Once Ganon wake up, he gonna beat your ass. Is there anything up here? Okay, sure. All right, fine, fuck it. Keep your secrets. All right, got some more food. Here we go, here we go. Honestly, a gold Lionel probably could. Hell nah. With my base damage, 100 damage sword, and breath and bow, I could solo that guy. Gold Lionels are stuff of nightmares. Oh yeah, I remember Jarlax was telling me that. Is that a... Oh, fuck. Where are you? All right. Plus infinite arrows. No, I got bamboozled. I got bamboozled, bro. Motherfucker's trolling me. No, ouch. Oh, okay. So we're just gonna act like we just didn't see that dead body. Sure. All right. Oh wait, motherfuckers is back. I mean, I already have a 2-plugs bow. Yeah, you're right. All right, let's go. All right, is that another shrine over there? Oh, that's the 3rd shrine. Shit, we actually might be getting a we might be getting that heart sooner than I realize. Hola, hey, yo, what's good, Speedy Gonzalez? Yeah, I remember your name. What's good? I can headshot Ganon 5 times. Can you though? What? Hey, what do you think you're doing? You must have not harmed the flowers. What? Huh? I planted flowers around the shrine. Please be careful where you step. I don't want to hurt them. You don't want to hurt them, do you? Okay, watch out for the flowers. There's no way. Oh my gosh. Oh my lord. Why would you plant flowers around the fucking shrine, bruh? Can I climb on the shrine? Oh, I don't feel like figuring this out. No, you must hide the flowers. They're screaming out in pain. Oh my gosh. Every shrine needs flowers. Don't step on the flowers while you approach. It resets each time. Oh, okay. All right. All right. Do a shield hop? Oh yeah. You're right. That makes sense. Climb a tree, fly in. No. The shield hop was definitely the right move. Every shrine needs flowers. I know, trust. Do a shield hop. It's just walking around. Oh, huh? Did you already do the Rito Divine Beast? No, but I did. I did fight the Gerudo Divine Beast though. No, don't worry. We're grinding. Drifting. Oh, okay. All right. Drifting. Okay. So there's water here. Okay. All right. Wait. Oh, wait. Can I see. Wait, can I dump this water out? Cause how will else will I get that chest? I don't think you can swim in this bitch. Or wait, okay. Oh, I could probably bring the chest up and cry on this. That's probably what I need to do. Right? No. Okay. That. And if I jump in, no, you can't. Okay. Maybe I'm supposed to. Magnesis? Oh shit! Yeah, that. Right. I always forget about the other runes that I got. Yeah. Totally. Okay. So first and foremost, I need to climb up here, and then I need to actually get back on another one of those planks. Magnesis. Oh, okay. Grab it. Oh, more money. Bro, what? Okay. All right. Okay, this one's floating. This one you can just cry on. This is on. No. Okay. So. Oh wait. Wait. I wasn't supposed to jump in the water. I guess where's the other side at? Am I gonna drown now? Because okay. There is a ladder. Great. Okay. I was like, I was not supposed to do that shit. Okay. I guess I'll wait for it to come. Well, no, I don't have to do that. No. Fuck. Okay. Wait. I just climb up. There we go. All right. I learned about it from my friend who always spoke about the roundabout ways that I do. Hey, me and you just the same. We like thinking outside the box sometimes. I can barely get a successful sledding action the first try. Is your first time playing? It is. I'm working on my way up to the second divine beast. But we'll get there. Right now it's just a grinding stream, just grind it up to get some money and some armor and stuff. How you doing? How you doing, Chillis, gamer dad, fellow dad? How you doing? All right. All right. Dad gang, yep. Jarlax too, yep. All right, so this should be able to net us. This is one. There's two more shrines nearby that I saw, and then we'll probably get another heart. I don't mean any shade, just asking. You making me want to play again? Oh no, that's fine. Trust me, I don't take any shade. This is my first time playing and getting this far, so I don't mind. I'm definitely open to any advice, or most if anything, the thing that I like hearing the most is just listening to people's experience with the game that have beat it, without spoilers, of course. But I like listening to people's experience with the game and whatnot. And I do appreciate the advice. Actually, it does come in handy every now and then. I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom for the first time, but I'm going mostly blind. That's what's up. Even though I like Tears of the Kingdom better, hey, hopefully I guess we'll see. Hopefully I'll feel the same when I get. Oh shit. I totally forgot that was a stipulation. It's fine though, because I actually wanted to do that. See, I used the flower skip strat so that I could. Where's the other shrine? Where's the other shrine at? Okay. That was everyone's first experience with that shrine. All right. That's not a shrine. I noticed. Oh yeah. I realized I could just do a Sheikah sensor. I know there's another shrine nearby. I'll probably just gotta get to higher ground. Okay, there's one over there. There's a shrine over there. It sure is a good thing that these runes don't take magic. I think I would hate that if they took magic. I thought you were making a joke about her being unavoidable with the flower BS. Let's see. She's a world boss. That's hilarious. All right. Ouch. All right, come on. Wind bomb, Unk, bro. I don't know how to do the wind bomb yet. I don't know how to do the wind bomb yet. I've returned. Yo, Zell, welcome back. The flower lady and Tears of the Kingdom did fight me. Let's see. She's either in this one or sorry for some spoiler. Okay, that's fine. Yo, yeah, welcome back, Zell. Where's the shrine at? There's a shrine there, and there's a shrine closer. Oh, fuck. Where's the shrine at? Ooh, apples. Come on, bro. Get the damn apples. Oh wait, can't I can just chop this down. Will that give me the apples? It's like Minecraft. Yes. Okay. Chopping trees down gives apples. Okay. All right. Good to know. Can't wait till you sleep with Paya, not gonna lie. Who is Paya? You can use the bomb rune to chop down trees. Oh yeah, true. That's true. You're right. I shouldn't be using my weapons. I should be blowing that shit the fuck up with bombs. You're absolutely right. Yeah, with secretly Yiga, I think. What? Motherfuckers are secretly Yiga out here? Ooh, what's this? Ice flower? Blue nightshade, a plant that grows in the quiet areas of Hyrule. Oh, oh, this is another stable. Amaranth. Isn't that a streamer? The wetland stable. Okay. All right. There we go. I have 600 hours in Zelda. Wow. You do 8 times your damage if you sneak up on enemies. Yeah. I saw. I think I saw that the other day. Yeah, and it was saying that. That's interesting. You can catch fireflies too. There's just so much to this stuff. Master Dice, yo, welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and since you're here, and since you have 600 hours in Zelda, you clearly do too. So thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi clan. All right, here we go. Thanks for the help so far, and thanks for oh no, you're talking to them. Excuse me. All right, cryonish. Alrighty. Okay. Wait, it doesn't matter if I save, but I should heal. I got hella apples. I should just eat one of those. Come on, shoot me again. All right. So, anyways. It feels nostalgic looking at Breath of the Wild because I've been playing Tears of the Kingdom. All right. Oh, this is Guardian stuff. Oh, no, fuck. Wait, no, wait, no. All right. Oh my gosh. Oh. This is bad. This is very bad. All right. I'm a fall so that I can reset. I'm a fall so I can reset. Perpetual comedy. You couldn't have come at a better time, because that right there was some comedy for real, for real. It's possible to glide from there. Okay. All right. Oh, this is what I was supposed to be on. All right. Fuck. No. No. Okay. All right. Sure. We'll just fall off again. There's a wood platform. Yeah. All right. Let me eat something. I don't want to eat my meat though. All right. I'll eat one more. All right. Can I lock one from over here? No? Okay. Alright. Fuck! No! Okay. Alright, I guess we're going off again. All right. I guess we're going off again. Parry hits. I know. Bow gang. I don't want to use my arrows. Come on. Come on. Oh gosh. Come on. Shoot me again. All right. Come on. Shoot me. Come on. Again. Easy money. All right, fuck it. Where's it gonna go? All right, there we go. When you see the eyes glow, press as soon as you see the eyes glow. Go through your character. Hell yeah, my thumbs up. Thanks for all the even in the water. Just fly to the platform. 20k likes. Yo, thank you for the 20k likes. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, GG. Thank you. Chest. Oh, was there another chest that I missed? Oh damn. I guess I could always go back in there if need be, and grab the chest. Alrighty. You're a chill guy. I appreciate it. In the water. Okay, I'll keep that in mind. Chest in the water. I'll loop back around to that eventually. It's halfway through the water on the left. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. I appreciate it. All right. So, there's a shrine right here. No, there's a stable right here, and there was another. What's the name? There is another shrine nearby. Maybe if let me see. We're getting closer and closer to that volcano, by the way, which was a part of the reason why we did this in the first place. By the way, Vomito is easy. Oh yeah. Man, I already beat Thunderblight Ganon. I'm not worried about Vomito. I should have enough stamina for this. This should be fine. All right. Talk to the guy that gives you bugs. Use the bugs to get buffs. Okay, I'll keep that in mind as well. Grind food, gang. Yeah. How much do you have completed? I have done 1 divine beast, and I'm at the 2nd one, but I need to get some money to get some armor so I can resist the cold. So that's what I'm doing right now. The puppy, go get the puppy. You talking to me? There's a puppy in the stable. I'll go there. I'm trying to get a vantage point because I'm trying to see something real quick. Bugs and monster parts for elixirs. Okay. Now, is there somewhere I need to go specifically to make elixirs? Yes, you could pet the dogs in the stable. Oh shit, that's revolutionary. You can pet the dogs? That's crazy. Not too many games have pet the dog technology. Oh, there's a chest up here. Ooh, more money. All right, so there's another shrine nearby. Of course, there's a tower there that we'll eventually go to. 2 towers, 3 towers. And then the volcano. Oh, no, 4 towers. 1, 2, 3, 4. There's another shrine nearby. I seen it. I seen you, bitch. Where are you? I know I seen it. It's near somebody. It's near somewhere. You know what? I'll just go back to that tower over there, and then I should be able to see where's the nearest tower. It's one right here, but then that's not. I came from here. Yeah, Dueling Peaks Tower. Okay. The boss fight is easy. It just takes a lot of arrows and parrying. I recommend getting the Hylian shield. I mean, if that's gonna make it easy, then I probably won't. I like the challenge of getting put on my ass. Not gonna lie. We'll see though. All right. There's the one shrine there, and then I may have to go up there because that's how I was able to see it. But I wish it was nighttime. I mean, I could sleep till nighttime so I could. Oh no, it's over there. It's over there. Okay, there we go. That's what I was looking for. There we go. The only thing that makes the shield good is it has 800 durability. Oh, interesting. All right. I'll keep that in mind. I already got that chest. I think that was like a weapon or something. Back, you foul demons. Do you have DLC? Everybody keeps asking me that. I do have the DLC, yes. I do. The shrine's over there. Okay. Is Steve over here? Oh, Steve's across the water. Oh, Steve's not gonna be able to come over here. I see him coming though. Steve! Can I make Steve go on? No, I probably can't. Never mind. No, it's fine. Some DLC items are very game-changing. Horse Saddle, for example. Is this your first playthrough? Yes, it is. How's it going, Bopper Kind? What's up? Unk. Yes, Lionel. What's up? Lionels are nice. That's everybody's been saying the opposite. Who do I trust? Where's the shrine at? Wait, what was that? Is that a pine cone? Oh, an acorn. Add to a meal for a nutty seasoning. Pause. Why would I want to put nut in my cooking? All right. It seems Steve is able to come. Oh, of course. Let's see. Did you see my message about elixirs? Did I see your mess about elixirs? Something about Death Mountain. I ain't do that yet. Thunderblight was the hardest. Yeah, I beat Thunderblight ass though. I beat Thunderblight's ass on 4 hearts. That shit was crazy. Where the fuck is the shrine? I should have put a pin on the shrine. Oh, that's right there. Okay. Oh, more mushrooms. Yes. We're scrounging for food. I wonder if that guardian's gonna come alive. That's not a guardian. That's literally a windmill. What am I talking about? Yes, I know there's a shrine nearby. Yo, El Marco, welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and since you're here now, you do too. Pause. I just want to make sure you see this. Oh, embrace the chaos. Okay. Do I have a Discord server? Yes, I do. I do have a Discord server. I will type it in the chat. Give me a second. Hey yo, that's the kind of reaction I was hoping for. Okay. Let me see. Okay, give me 1 second, y'all. Server settings. No, invite people. All right, I'm gonna type it in there. Zelda loves Link's big sword. Hey, Zelda's just like me. I also like big swords too. Pause. Let me see. Discord. I'm just kidding. But let me see. Let's see. Discord. G. I hate case sensitive, man. It sucks. But it's very necessary. All right, there we go. That is a link to my Discord. You can go ahead and join there. You know, hey, we're small, but we're growing. Appreciate you. All right. Not the Yiga clan, no. Leave me alone, Yiga clan. Okay. Actually, oh gosh, no! Whatever. I fucking we're just gonna go. Is it in my bio? It's not in my bio on TikTok, but it is on my Twitch. If you do !Discord, you should be able to get in there as well. But I just type it. Gang you on Twitch. I'm on everything. I'm live on Twitch, TikTok, YouTube. Yeah, I'm on live on everything right now at the moment. Yeah, you can follow me everywhere. Actually, I recommend you do that. I'm following it. I appreciate you. I'll send you the link on TikTok if it's easier with your permission. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Go ahead. I still need to add a Zelda section to my Discord since I'm just now starting to get into Zelda. You know what I'm saying? I've only played a couple of the games. I might as well let y'all know. I've only played a couple of the Zelda games in the past. Like I only played Wind Waker. I played Minish Cap. I've played a little bit of Skyward Sword, like only the tutorial really. And I haven't got very far. I've played a bit of Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask, but I never got really far. So it would still, a lot of stuff would still be new to me. So eventually I do plan to play those, plan to play some Tears of Kingdom. So, you know, I just started making Zelda content on my YouTube channel. Oh, that's amazing. That's awesome. What kind of Zelda content do you make, if you don't mind me asking? Yo, Marco, thank you for the follow, my friend. Well, welcome to the Odachi clan again. I don't think the link works over comments. Oh, okay. If anything, I was hoping that y'all could perhaps... Oh, Tears of Kingdom. Oh, okay, gotcha. Metal connections. All right. Somebody says metal. I hear magnesis. All right. Here we go. You can climb these, right? Yeah, you can climb these. Oh, it's a chest. Yes. Ooh, amber. All right. And we're trying to go over there. Oh, but we have this over here. Can I reach that from over here? No. Okay, so I see what I gotta do. So you take this and you put this over here, right? And then you take this over. Oh wait, I'm probably gonna need that. Hold up. Hold up a second. Can I reach from over here? No. I need to be a little higher. Okay, that's a little. That's all right. I need to be even closer. Okay, fine, fine. God, y'all so annoying. And of course I can't even see it, so I need to get that going. But I'll keep canceling it. Okay. Can you play some guitar? I am not that good at the guitar. I can play it a bit. I play more bass than the acoustic, but I'm in the process of learning. Just drag the box to move the. Oh no! I be knowing. Oh, okay. So when it comes, unless I usually really need help, usually I just try to figure out the shrines and what they need me to do. All right. So let's just get that. Oh, this is long. Okay. Can I? And then I wonder. Work. What if I did? I mean, go any further? No. Yes. No. Why is that? No. Fine, I'll get the third one. If I angled it properly, I could have definitely did it. I'm making abstract art. All right, come on. Let me stop playing around. Does that make it high enough? I wonder. No, it could. I wonder. Would shield? No, shield jumping wouldn't. Shield jumping wouldn't get me high enough. All right. Will you stream again tomorrow? I should be. Yeah. I usually try to stream around like 8:30, 9 o'clock nighttime. Yeah, I should be streaming live again. Yeah. Why, you trying to come through? You definitely should. You definitely should. We'd love to have you. Let's see. Yo, welcome, Mistress Martha. Appreciate you. Welcome to joining. Thank you for joining the clan. Thank you for joining the Discord. What the fuck? The Discord. What the Odachi clan? I don't know. Sorry. Great content. That would be crazy. Imagine clipping that out of context. All right. Yeah, cause that's gonna work. Yeah, okay. Come on, Link. A little more. Come on. What the f? Okay. All right. Up. And Adam. All right, this is fucked up, but hey, Link's my goat. No, Link, you're supposed to be my goat. All right, let me get my stamina back up. Link's big sword is it's great content. It is. It's fantastic content. Link needs to go ahead and start an Only Blades. All right. Why can't I skip this? All right, whatever. Hey. Yo, my cool. Welcome. Thank you for following. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here. Pause. All right. Here we go. Night, man. It was fun. Yo, Cass, have a wonderful night. I appreciate you. Have a wonderful night. I appreciate you coming through. Stop by again sometime. I would love to have you. Have a good one. All right, Spirit Orb. We're going to get past this. Pause. Yeah, you know we got to pause that. But, you know what I'm saying? We do be having these big swords, though. You know what I'm saying? All the better to shove up Ganon's ass. Y'all are going to help me shove this sword up Ganon's ass. Goodbye, Mr. Big Sword Man. Oh, okay. I'm sleepy. Hey, I appreciate you, Master Dice. Come back through again sometime. I will be live around the same time. Have a wonderful night. Thank you. It was a pleasure having you here. Okay. All right. All right. So, it's kind of crazy how we started the stream and we were trying. Breath of the Wild has so much stuff you could do. You really could just fuck around in the world. Because we started the stream, we were trying to get money, and we got a lot of stuff that we could sell. And we were trying to go to a volcano. That's actually what we were trying to do, but we got so sidetracked. Let's actually go to the what's the name? Okay, let's actually go to that volcano, which is what I would say if I was going to the volcano. But truth be told, I'm going to that tower over there. I mean, it's in the direction of the volcano, so technically, I'm not breaking any laws here. You know what I'm saying? All right, give me 1 second, and let's go. Man, I sure wish I had my Hyrule motorcycle. You know, that'd be cool. It'd be cool to just ride around on my patented Hyrule trademark Nintendo Switch motorcycle. Yeah, that'd be cool. That'd be cool. Yo, Unc. Yo, what's good, Lionel? Are you still trying to act and fight you? Oh, what's up, big man? Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. I'm not fucking with you, bro. Was that a fairy? Ooh, apples. All right, whatever. No, I'm not fucking with you, bro. You need more weapon slots, to be honest. Yo, Autumn. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. Thank you for the follow. We love big swords here. Pause. All right. You need more. Use the updraft from his attack to get in the air. You know, I did think about doing that. I did think about doing that. Is that a shrine up there? Oh, fuck. Is that a shrine up there? Or is that Ganon stuff? No, that's Ganon stuff. Can these fuck ass? I'm about to say, can these fuck ass bats get away? My lord. All right. Anyways. Yo, Swag Grandpa. I came back on YouTube. I'm Master Dice. Oh, I thought you were sleepy. Are you lying to me? Nah, I'm just fucking with you. What divine beasts have you done so far? I beat Thunderblight's. I beat Thunderblight Ganon so far. And now I'm working on Valmetto. Yes. I did not know that it was the hardest one. I decided to go for it initially without even knowing, and I beat his ass on 4 hearts. It took a while, but you know what I'm saying. Link's big sword is addicting. Hey, it is though. It is. All right.
Yeah, I can't imagine doing the Boris in the beginning. Oh no, it was definitely rough. It definitely forced me to have to learn the parry timings and flurry rushes, but I considered it good training because it's obviously something I'm going to need going forward. So it was good. It was good. They scale in health. Oh, okay, great. All right, so I guess we're gonna have a fun time by the time we get to whatever the last one is. If we about to do Vametto now, by the time we get to whatever's the last one, hopefully we'll have a fun time. All right. No. Chief's eyeball. All right. Oh, is that a shrine? Oh, another shrine. And then there is a tower there. Did I see another tower? There's a tower there. And that's Hyrule Castle. Okay. Is that a shrine in the future? Future. Oh, that's two shrines. No, that's not a shrine. I keep thinking that's a shrine, but that's simply just fire. Oh wait, are y'all attacking that person? Good guy Link, I'm here to save you. Yo, fuck off. Leave my person alone. Good guy Link is here to save the day. Do y'all think this will kill the people too? You should get more slots. I will get more slots. Or I might not. You know, a bit of a wild card. The Central Hyrule Tower sucks to get, man. Yeah, it did suck. But I think I got it the other day. They will explode? Oh, the people explode? Fuck. Okay. That's fine. Oh, when did I get more ice arrows? Yo, Master Dice, thank you for following on Twitch as well. Appreciate you. They will explode and they'll taste great. Human meat, huh? I hear human meat could be pretty tasty. Not that I would know. It's like that. Oh, okay. Do you wonder how Hyrule keeping everyone safe? You're doing good work here. Here's my appreciation. Ooh, hasty elixir. Grants a low-level haste effect, which boosts your movement speed while running climb. Oh, nice. Okay, great. I'm back on Twitch. Hey, I appreciate you. Talk to them and they give good food. Hey, let's go. Hey, wait, I saved you too. Give me some food. Oh. We're traveling in search for a flower known as the Silent Princess, that we might pluck one for ourselves. I knew the risk of roaming the countryside with monsters when I insisted on accompanying Ty, but I firmly believe that my husband and I can withstand any kind of hardship as long as we're together. If I didn't save you, y'all were gonna die. Whatever. All right, let me cook. Let me cook real quick. Do I have anything wooden? No. Okay. All right. So what if I just... All right, let me save it. Hold up a second. This is the game where full health buffs are dead easy to get. If you put flint next to the fire... Oh, to catch... Oh, right. The flint. Of course. Yes, of course. Flint and steel. This is Minecraft. Right. Okay. All right. Where's the flint? The flint is... Where's the flint? I had flint before. I could have sworn I had flint. This is flint. Okay. Strike it with a metallic weapon to generate a spark. This portable fire starter breaks after one use, but it can create a long-lasting flame if used near firewood. Okay. All right. Okay. So, if you put flint next to it, it'll catch fire. If I put... Oh, right. Oh, right. If I drop it, right, and then I attack it with my sword, that's... Nah, I don't think that's what I was supposed to do. I kind of made a whole Twitch account just to follow you. Yo, that's dedication. I appreciate you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
This is the game we're full. I just read that. Okay. All right. Let's get another flint again. Metal weapons. Right. You did say metal weapons, and I just totally, for some reason, like had a moment. I have a metal weapon. It is right here. All right. It's kind of crazy to just have to use that one. Is this metal? Are you metal? No, it doesn't look like metal. All right. Let's use you, and then let's grab the flint. Right. All right. So let's do that, and then now let's attack it. Okay. All right. So I'm actually going to bed now. All right, Master Dice. Have a wonderful night. It was a pleasure having you here. Thank you very much. Let's give him 30K likes. That'd be insane. Thank you. That would be amazing. What if I just did this? No. Okay, that wouldn't work. But no, it doesn't work that way. All right, whatever. All right, fine. All right, let's keep going. We will cook eventually. Get a regular arrow? Yes, I will eventually. But I definitely need to save it though, and put it next to the fire. Play with Link's sword with me. I will definitely play with Link's sword for sure. Wait, pause. Wasn't I heading towards that shrine? Oh yeah. Not another one. All right. Let's go to the shrine. Oh, wait. All right. So now we're heading over to the shrine and we're going to... I just did this shrine earlier today. What do you know? Oh, wow. Okay, great. That's wonderful. Oh yeah, by the way, there's a bunch of Lizafos around the shrine too. Shake them dreads. Oh yeah, by the way, did I tell you all that I'm playing this game with the PlayStation 5 controller, by the way? It feels really comfortable to hold, not even gonna lie. Yo, Lino, Lenora Reese, thank you for liking the live. I appreciate you. How the fuck are you doing that? Yes. So my Switch is modded, right? This is vanilla Breath of the Wild. There's no mods, but I have a mod for the Switch that allows you to use any kind of controller you want. So I can use an Xbox controller if I wanted to, and I just connect it via Bluetooth, just like normal. The gyro works and everything, you know. It just feels better than a Pro controller. Plus, my Pro controller has drift, so that's why I'm not using it. So anyway, ignoring all of those enemies, just gonna go inside. You know what I'm saying? Cause fuck all that noise. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. What do we have here? The sunken scoop. Oh, this seems familiar. Oh my fucking gosh. That's fine. I could just. Bro. Fine. Fine. I guess I'll just fall in too. Yes, it's okay. It's you. All right. And where's the last one? Bro. All right. Why did I do this? Why did I do this? All right. And I probably can't even throw it that high. Yeah. So I actually need to put these in the water. All right. I need help. I'm lost. Where you lost at, Latoya? Where might you be lost at, my friend? It looks like it makes a face. Wait, I didn't need to do all three, or maybe I need to do this one for another one. Wait. What? Let me think for a second. All right. Oh, I'm still in Kakariko Village. Okay. So, is this the first time you're going to Kakariko Village? Have you had a chance to go to the really big house and talk to Impa? Impa yet? Okay, I can't sleep. Okay, well, welcome back, Swag Grandpa. I appreciate you. Welcome back, Master Dice. All right. Let's see. Okay. Yeah, I spoke with her. Okay, so after you speak with her, she basically leaves the game up to you. So there's a shrine in Kakariko Village towards the top if you've gone there, so you can fast travel back and forth. But she basically tells you you can go to any of the divine beasts and do them. So that at that point it will become up to you. You know, just obviously make sure you look for any shrines or towers nearby, but you can head in any of the directions you would like. Some are easier than others, but you can really just head in any direction and choose one, and then you would do the quests, and then, you know, you'll beat it eventually. BRB, I'm gonna move back to TikTok. Well, welcome back to TikTok, my friend. All right, so, oh, okay. I wonder. Got it. Got it. But if I pick it up. Yeah, okay. I see. Okay. So what I should have did, actually, was just put the ball on top of there and, yeah, what I should do is put the ball on top of there and then just open it up. So let me do that now. There we go. Alrighty. Great. Look around. Anything behind here? Any chests? No. All right. Can you climb this wall? No. Okay. I don't know why I was thinking that you could climb that. All right. Whatever. Okay. There we go. Remember me? I asked you yesterday if Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom was better. I do remember you from the other day, and I don't have an answer for you because I haven't played Tears of the Kingdom yet. But I am enjoying Breath of the Wild so far. Okay, I got 4. Now I can get another heart container. Let's go. Yeah. I can get another heart container, and then I'll start focusing on stamina and stuff. I know somebody was telling me the other stream that you need 13 hearts to get the Master Sword. So maybe I might save up for that. We'll see. You know, I might fuck around and get this Master Sword, or I might not. If I don't necessarily need it to beat the game, then I probably may not get it, or I might just get it just because it's my first time playing. So you know, you never know. You never know with me. I'm a wacky guy. All right. Oh shit, the enemies. What am I doing? I'm just standing there like they ain't about to beat my ass. I would gift you, but I'm broke. Hey, I appreciate it. It's the thought. It's the thought that counts. All right. Oh, there's another shrine. Hopefully, one day we will go to this. One day we will go to this volcano. Hopefully, soon. Oh, the whiz robe. No, get away from me. Wait, what was that? All right, so there's a shrine right there. All right, after we go to the shrine, we will, ooh, meat. No, don't run away from me. All right, whatever. Did you ever get the horse? I did. I did get the horse. Steve, yes. Steve's just chilling, you know, right now. But I did get Steve, yes. Have you ever been to Hateno Village yet? I have a tip for the Master Sword, but I don't want to spoil it for me. I have been to Hateno. Yeah. I've met Pura and all that good stuff. Is this about this? Is this about the mysterious Master Sword glitch? Because I probably may not want to use that right now. Hold up a second. Why the fuck they playing with me like that? No, it's not a glitch. It's legit. Did you meet that anti-orb statue? No, I don't think I have. Man, you're good at this game. I mean, I'm learning. If anything, I'm learning. You know, from definitely from y'all help and from the experience that I'm gaining as I play. You know, hey, eventually you'll get there. I'm still new. I'm just learning as I go, and eventually you will too. Okay, never mind, because once you meet it, you'll probably come up with the idea of yourself. Okay, all right, no problem. All right, I'll keep... Oh, okay. Leto? Oh, you there.
Oh, yeah.
Over here, I'm over here. Oh shit, it's a fish person. It's a fish man. Shout out to One Piece. I apologize for calling you so suddenly. I'm Leto, a proud member of the distinguished Zora. Oh, I just asked if the Zora were in the game, and there's a fucking Zora right there. It's the fish race. As you are a real Hylian, I had no choice but to call upon you. Will you please spare me a moment of your time? I'm in a hurry. Oh, of course you are. I should get right to the point without delay. Do you see that tower? The one atop the mountain yonder? Hey, Bars. I need you to go upstream of Zora River, which runs along the north side of that tower to Inogo Bridge. Why? I can see it in your eyes. You're asking yourself, why me? Oh, you're a mind reader. A reasonable question for a stranger accosted in a passing manner by a passing Zora in such a manner. But I must assure you, this venture will be very profitable for you as well. I like profits. Profits are good. You see, Prince Sidon of the Zora is in a desperate search of a strong Hylian. And as a royal request from the prince himself, it's safe to assume a generous reward is in the cards. And that is why I'm asking you to meet with Prince Sidon at Inogo Bridge along the Zora River, just upstream of here. Damn, you trying to get me into another Divine Beast quest, bro? Damn. Let me finish with the Rudo first. I'll come back. I promise you. I promise you I'll come back and talk to whoever the fuck Sidon is. Then that shit. Then that shrine has hella fucking sharp bristles around it. Sidon is amazing. Oh, I believe it. By the way, your girl is one of them. Oh, my girl is one of them. My girl? Interesting. My child is half Zora, apparently. Interesting. All right. Sidon is amazing. I believe it. I believe it. Oh, okay. Anyways, all right. So, what the hell was that? What? Is somebody beating up is somebody beating up the animals and not me? Who is that? Oh, it's an Octorok. Jump again. Ouch. All right, whatever. I want to fight you anyway. All right. All right. So bomb arrows. No. Okay. Bomb arrows don't work here. Okay. All right. What I mean is your is Link. No. I understand what you mean. No. I understand what you meant, Lionel. Don't worry. I understand what you meant. You're talking about the Zora girl. I know you're talking about. MX Darkness, welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here, and since you're here, you specifically, you also love big swords too. Pause. Fire, yeah. No, I know I need fire. I was just hoping that the bomb arrow could do it, but I guess it's not. It can't. So I wonder. Could I? What if? Right? What if I love big swords? No pause. Hey, let's go. All right, let me beat this enemy's ass. What's good, bro? All right, so I need fire. What if I did this? All right, so let's. I believe I have more wood. Has anyone ever lit a nether portal? Has anyone ever lit a nether portal? Then you know what I'm about to do. All right, so we're gonna take the wood, right? And I don't have any fire arrows, but if I do this, then I can surely not. Okay, I didn't do it right. Okay, but if it would have worked, I would have burned this shit down, but it didn't work because I suck. If I jump, it'll knock me back, right? Okay, so what if I just could have used flint? Do I have flint still? I don't even have any. Oh, I do have flint. Okay, all right. I'll keep that in mind. Look for a way to fly in. True, Maria. You speaking facts. You're speaking actual factuals. True. Or isn't that fire arrows in your inventory? Yeah, I don't have any though. I don't have any. Flint and steel? True. Flint and steel would work, but what if I simply did this, right? No. Okay, so it does have knockback. I was wondering if it had knockback. It does. Okay. Damn! Okay, you didn't have to tell me that far. So clearly these thorns have thorns. What about the tower where the mermaid guy talked to you before? Oh yeah, I could fly down from there. Oh yeah. I could do that. Leave me alone. Or what if I went up here, right? Wait, Cryonis. What if I went up here and oh, now it's raining? Come on. All right, we're gonna take this slow. Oh my gosh. All right, they pissing me off. It would start raining right now when I need to do this. It would start raining right now when I need to do this. Yo, Grapes, thank you for liking the live. All right. Oh boy. All right. Pissing me off, man. It's your fault. It's your fault, motherfucker. It's your fault. You did this to me. It's because I want to talk to Sadan, isn't it? It's because I want to talk to Sadan. Yeah, you said you did this. Yo, Ivy! Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords here. Since you, and only you, are here, you also love big swords too. Pause. All right, let's see. Oh, wait, Michael? Mike, you can't leave me here, Michael! Michael! Anyways, welcome to the Odachi clan. We love big swords here, and since you're here, you also need to pause. Thank you. So you're in the Zora Quest area. It'll always be raining in that area until you beat the beast. Oh. Why? Okay. All right. He don't even give a fuck that it's raining. He just it rain. It's what he breathes. Water is just what he breathes. Right. Oh my gosh. Why? It's just, no. Oh, and this shit too tall for me to jump up, and I keep losing stamina every time I try to go up there. All right. All right. Now it's gonna stop in 2 hours. Oh boy, man. Do I have any more bomb arrows? I got 4. And then the rain is gonna put out the fire. If you're far away from the Zor area and sleep at a campfire, shoot the thorns with a fire arrow. Yeah, I don't have any fire arrows, unfortunately, but yes, that is what I would have done. Oh yeah, you're out of range. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. So here's what we're gonna do, right? We're going to kill ourselves. Hear me out. Hear me out though, chat. Hear me out. We're gonna kill ourselves again and again and again until the rain stops. It's like no. All right, that's fine. I will mark this shrine on the map, and we'll come back to it. I'm not dealing with that right now. All right. Our priority is getting that tower because we definitely need that. Oh wait, do I have metal weapons on me? Because it might thunderstorm. All right, let me take off my shield. What the? What the fuck? It's just some freaky shit going on. All right. Oh yeah. Oh, you're saying go to that mountain and then fly down? I could do that. I could do that. I was thinking that too. Yeah. Oh, yeah. He just does that. Okay. Sure. Okay. All right. He's freaky. Stop doing that. Stop doing that in my presence. Yo, Link, please. All right. Poor little guy. What you mean, poor little guy? He was a menace. All right. He was photosynthesizing? No, he was photosynthesizing. That's what he was doing. He was cute. I mean, he was surely a thing that was happening. Endurance shroom, a rare yellowish orange mushroom. Cook it before oh, okay. Oh. Wait, where's the boomerang? Oh, here it is. All right, so that's the tower we need to go to. Rest in peace, Jerry. I'm naming him Jerry. Hey, rest in peace, Jerry. Wait a second. I don't want to talk to Sadan just yet. Please don't make me talk to him. Is he on this bridge? Is this Angola bridge? Sadan, if I see you, I'm gonna pretend I don't see you, Sadan. I'm gonna pretend I don't see you. He's a yapper. He's a yapper for real, but he looks good when he does it. It's a fair trade. Oh, Saddam be yapping? Damn. Oh, is it? I'm pretty sure it's Sidon, right? Like Poseidon? Sidon, Prince Sidon. He be yapping, but he look good. I mean, it's a fair trade-off, you know. Yeah, okay. I see. Yes, Sidon. Yes, Sidon. Yes. Oh no. Yes, Sidon. Yeah, Sidon. Yeah, like Poseidon. I get it. I thought you were doing the Master Sword trials for a second. I got PTSD from it. Oh, if you're getting PTSD, I don't even know what the fuck the Master Sword trials look like. But if you're getting PTSD from it, then I'm gulping. I'm gulping. I don't know what that means. Oh, is that a giant? I think that's what somebody was saying before about giants or something. It's DLC. Oh, okay. Never mind. I ain't worried about it then. That's a big boy. Don't do the Master Sword trials. Oh. What if I just snuck up and just froze him? Okay. Well, you would first need a bow. A Hinox. Okay, so what if I just did this and then I just blew his ass up? Oh! It's got a health bar. That's a big health bar. Oh, okay. All right. Hopefully the loot's good. All right. Or technically it's a mini boss. Okay. Enough said. A canon event. Okay. All right. I'm gonna beat your ass. Or on everybody's souls, especially yours, we're all gonna die. All right. Here we go. Wait. Why am I wasting my bomb arrows? Oh, my bow broke. Wait, I wonder. Wait. Keep my soul out of this? I didn't know I had one. Oh, okay. So sure. My shit just broke. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. But wait, there's more. Oh, okay. I mean that's cool too. That's cool too. Let's see. I just got to switch too. Should I buy games physically or digitally? All right. Buy them physically, in my opinion, because let's just say something happens to your Nintendo account. Your Nintendo account gets hacked or something. Good luck to your digital games. All right, I got one more bomb arrow. Okay. Oh, you getting smarter now. Okay. Doesn't that go for all consoles? I mean, yeah. I mean, I would say the same. Well, I mean, yeah, it could happen to all consoles. I agree. I mean, I also say get physical only because one, you actually own it. So, the servers could go down, but the game should still be playable unless it's an online game, I guess. I don't know. I have all digital on my PS5. I mean, okay, well, if you got all digital on your PS5, get digital on your Switch. I mean, okay. I mean, I don't know. I mean, digital's convenient. It is convenient. You can just buy it right there. You don't got to go to a store or, you know, order it online. You know what I'm saying? It's up to you. I don't know. I barely buy anything. Oh. Ah. The bomb arrows don't work when it's raining. Oh, good to know. That's good to know. But for some reason, I feel weird about getting digital on my Switch. Well, yeah, probably because the prices are outrageous online. I mean, for Switch, I would check GameStop. I would check GameStop for some physical Switch games. You might be able to get something pre-owned, you know, get it for cheaper. That was close. I almost blew myself up. We're almost done. Almost done. Yes, I did hit his eye. I did see that.
And I did hit his eye and he fell and I started attacking him. But I don't have nothing to hit his eye with anymore, so. Ah, shit. I gotta make sure I don't get caught in my own blast. Oh, the rain stopped. One more, one more. You big bitch. Ooh, Soldier's Claymore, okay. Oh. Wait, isn't this the same thing? Traveler's Bow. Ooh, some fruit. A Hinox Toenail, ew. Fruits, some wood. Some fruit, apples, Hinox Tooth, okay. A toenail, Traveler's Bow. All right. Okay, so that just happened. First run through, yeah. That's a big little. That's a little big guy, yeah. Poor little. What do you mean, poor little guy? Get the toenail? Okay, sure. Save your guardian gear for when you face them. Take the other toenail. Okay. Yeah, I usually try not to use my guardian gear. This durability up. Oh, okay. I wonder if it sells for more. All right. So where are we going now? We're going to that tower, yeah. Oh wait, it stopped raining. But if I go back over there, where's that shrine at? Where the hell does that shrine go? All right, you know, we will go to that tower and then we'll go to the shrine. Are you gonna play Tears of the Kingdom after this? Yes. That is my plan. Yes. It is my plan to play Tears of the Kingdom after we are done here. And then eventually I'll play, like, you know, Twilight Princess, Skyward Sword, Ocarina of Time, you know, whatever games I didn't beat. Have you seen a Blood Moon yet? I've seen several. A lot of enemies over here. First Blood Moon. The first Blood Moon. I thought Ganon himself was directly behind me or something. What was my reaction? My reaction was I was so confused because the game like took control from me for a second, and I was like, "What is happening?" And then I started seeing enemies coming back, and I was like, "Wait, I gotta go somewhere." I was a little nervous, not gonna lie. I was a little nervous. Ooh. What do we have here? What is this? Oh, this is the luminous rock. What? All right, let's go up this tower. They look so small with their little horns. Save those stones for a side quest? Okay. I was so scared of my first one. I was like, I don't know. I was like, why is the sky red like that? Oh yeah, I could definitely see that reaction for sure. Cause it's like why is this a thing? Why can this happen? It's bad enough that I'm like trying to, you know, what is that music? I don't like that. Oh no. Where is that shrine? Oh. Oh. I see. 10 for diamond, but in the future, What's that? The tiny violin starts. How could this happen? How could this happen to me? Yes, 10 for diamond, but in the future, sell the stones for 70. 10 stones or 700 versus diamond 500. We summoned it. Yes, y'all spoke the blood moon into existence. Thank you. Thanks, chat. Thanks. I appreciate it. Okay. All right. No problem. We got you. Yeah. Thanks. All right. Is there somebody up here too? I love the music that plays when you get when you get a tower. Oh, that shrine is over there. See, I wish that as soon as you activated the tower and it did the cutscene, then it would automatically go right into the map stuff. But then we gotta wait for this bullshit every time. Yay! Regional map extracted. All right. So high up. Another Zora. All right. I'm gonna ignore you, buddy. Oh, there's another shrine right there. Okay. Easier shrine right there. And then where else? You see any other shrines? I know there's a shrine on the other side. Let's go. Let's look over there. There's another shrine. Where the fuck is that shrine at? Oh, it's over there. Yeah, that one. Can I even? I mean, I could fly to. I could glide to over there, up to that mountain, and then glide over there. That probably makes the most sense. Because if I don't think I'll make it like from this angle. I don't think I'll make it from here if I go straight shot. But if I go there, that should be high enough for me to fly over, perhaps. Okay, let's see it. Is it me or does the rock get small after the water drop? I can see that. Did you do Gerudo before Lanryu? I did Gerudo first, and technically I'm on Rito currently, and then I'll eventually do Zora, I guess, since I know where the Zora area is, so I'll do Zora, and then I'll do the Goron last. Excuse me. There's a Royal Claymore on top of the tower. Why did you do Thunderblight first? I didn't know that I was going to Thunderblight Ganon the first time. I was just exploring, and then I happened to land in the Gerudo area. I didn't know that. I beat his ass though. I have 4 hearts. Beat his ass. If you watch the previous VOD on my YouTube channel, then you can see me beat his ass. Also, I have the video on TikTok. I have the video on TikTok right now. If you go to my TikTok, you can watch the video of me beating Thunderblight Ganon's ass. Homie did Thunderblight with 4 hearts. Yo, Sans. Oh my gosh, Sans from the hit game Deltarune. It's like nah. Yo, Sans, thank you for the follow, my friend. Welcome to the Odachi clan. We like big swords. Pause. All right. Sup, no problem. Holy shit, it's actually the fucking skeleton guy. All right. Shouldn't you be at your job or something like that? I mean, I'm definitely glad that you're here. How's your brother doing? Yapperoni is a good ass. Yapperoni's a good ass name. I think that's funny.
All right. So now we're simply gonna fly over to the. We're gonna fly over. What is that over there? Did I mark that? What the fuck is that? All right. We'll find out whatever that is next. Holy shit, we got Stance on Intel here. The stream is amazing. Yeah, he seems bone-tastic. Oh, okay. Did you really try with that pun there, say it? Yeah, it's a star, go get it. It's a shooting star. Goes away at 5 a.m. What time is it now? How do I know what time? Oh, it's 3 a.m. How fast does a Legend of Zelda time go? Like is it like every 5 minutes, like an hour passes, or excuse me. What is it? iDabs joined. Interesting. Does the shooting star give me money? What does the shooting star do? More like every 30 seconds? Damn. So every 30 seconds is like what, 30 minutes? So if, damn. Okay. All right, let's get the star. All right. Anyone's hope for the Zelda movie? Live action? Well, do I have hope for it? I don't know, because if I'm not correct, Miyamoto for some reason got the same person that wrote fucking Morbius to write the Zelda movie. So I don't first of all, I don't know what he's cooking. Miyamoto is cooking some bullshit. I don't know. So hopefully it'll be good. I don't know. I do not have high hopes. I imagine it might look good. Like special effects might be good, but the writing might be dog ass. What are your thoughts on Zelda so far? I like Chromacopia, nice. I like Breath of the Wild so far. You know, I wasn't always a fan. I would say I like the way Breath of the Wild is structured, right? I'm not really a fan of some of the Zelda dungeon styles, like when you get an item and you can go do that dungeon and then you got to do all of that to do that one thing. I did play some of the Zelda games where you do that and it was fine. Like Wind Waker was great, but I'm not too big of a fan on that. But like maybe my opinion might change when I play them nowadays, because I played them years ago. So I guess we'll see. But I'm definitely enjoying Breath of the Wild for sure. But hey, I can't wait. I can't wait for the Super Mario Galaxy movie in 2026. Hey, more power to you, my friend. I probably will see it, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I was not blown away by the first Mario movie. I have a lot of thoughts about that one. But hopefully the second one will be better. I don't know though. I just sold them for 200 rupees. 330, okay. What? It was so cute. I mean, okay. I think the Mario movie was definitely like the Mario movie. Yes, it was cute. It had a lot of great references for a lot of fans of any age. Yes, that was good. The writing was a bit weak, in my opinion. The pacing was terrible. And honestly, I would have loved to see more of Luigi, but we didn't. So, but maybe we'll see more of Luigi in the Super Mario Galaxy movie. I mean, Luigi wasn't that important to the Super Mario Galaxy story until you play as Luigi in his storyline. But I mean, I don't know. I guess we'll see. It really depends. Zelda looks cute, not gonna lie. Yeah, no. The person I got for Zelda is cute for sure. Yeah. That star is kind of far, not gonna lie. 345, damn. I want Fruit Loops. Fruit Loops sounds pretty good. Fruit Loops definitely sounds pretty good right about now. Oh yeah, I heard some rumors we're getting the Luigi's Mansion movie, but that's just speculation. That sounds pretty good. Now, Charlie Day, Luigi's Mansion sounds like it could be a hit. I could definitely see that easily being a hit,
I can see it being better than the Mario movie. You know, I prefer Luigi to Mario anyway, so I can definitely see that. The insane Luma better be back in the second one. Ah, yes, yes, the Luma of amazing comedy. Yes, yes, of course. I'm sure the Luma will be there. All right, come on. It's 4:25 already. My lord. It's 4:35 already. What the? I'm running. What time is it? What time is it? Wait, what? 4:45. Oh my gosh. Time goes fast. Oh, okay. Star fragment. Okay. All right. We got it. Are you speed running or just playing? No, I'm just playing. This is my first time playing the game. All right. We got it, y'all. We got it, chat. All right. So now let me go back to the tower and let me... How Nintendo haven't decided who is voicing Princess Rosalina in the Mario movie. I'm pretty sure Rosalina is already casted, but like they're waiting for a good time for like engagement to like go ahead and be like, oh, this is the new actress for. They're trying to drum up engagement, you know. But trust and believe, they already know who was playing Rosalina. And now it's raining. Of course it is. This is not your first time playing this. No, I have only defeated one divine beast, and that was the one with Thunderblight Ganon. And now I'm grinding right now to get money so I can get some armor that would resist cold, so I could do Valmetto, and then I'm gonna go to the Zora to do whatever the fuck their divine beast is. But that's where I'm at right now. This is a grinding stream. I'm just grinding and like kind of just talking in chat, just vibing out, you know? This is not the tower. Where's the oh. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's this. The voice actor the voice actor is Chris Pratt again. They're all Chris Pratt. Oh wow. You know, just stomping Koopas and and Goombas, and Mario Bros, just stomping on them Koopas, Oh man. I mean, I personally, I didn't hate Chris Pratt's Mario voice. I mean, I know he wasn't doing a Mario voice, but I didn't hate his take on Mario, for like the live action standpoint, because I know it wasn't. Oh wait a second. It's thundering. Let me get off this metal shit. All right. So, oh wait, my bow. All right. There's a shrine. Oh yeah, there's a shrine down there. Right. And the shrine I'm trying to go to is over here. I'm sorry. Move out the way. All right. It's a me, Rosalina. Yeah, of course. Yep. Totally. And honestly, I would watch the movie if Rosalina sounded like that. Yes, I would totally watch the movie if Rosalina looks at the camera and just goes, "It's me, Rosalina from Super Mario Galaxy on the Nintendo Wii. Oh, but you can also play it on the Nintendo Switch and the Nintendo Switch 2." I would love that. But the only movie I want to happen is Pikmin because I love the franchise. Oh, Sans, I didn't know you played Pikmin. I see. Same, would be amazing. Honestly, I could definitely see, not live action, but I could definitely see an animated Pikmin movie, or maybe like an OVA or something like that. I don't. Only problem is, I'm just gonna be honest. Listen, we all gotta be honest here. We would love to see it, but I don't think that a Pikmin movie is gonna sell gangbusters. But I do think it will be a good movie to see. You know what I'm saying? There's just some franchises like, okay, all right,
you know, I've heard of this thing, but I don't know if it's gonna sell like that. No arrows is crazy. Yeah. I use all of them actually. You came at a time where I use all of them. Okay, for me, I'm a huge Kirby fan. I don't want a Kirby movie. I want a remake of the show. That would be fire. A remake of Kirby Right Back at You with a cool, different art style would be cool. As long as, honestly, I don't even mind if it updated the current art style. I wouldn't even mind that as long as the humor is there. Cause I mean, yes, I know the Japanese dub was different, but like the English dub for Kirby Right Back at You was such a shit post that I need my Southern DDD. First of all, I need him. I need my Spanish Meta Knight. All right. I need that at bare minimum. Oh, and maybe Escargoon too. But I need that. I need that at bare minimum. Okay. And everything else you could update the visuals, whatever have you. Kirby could talk or not talk. I don't know. I mean, Kirby probably does not gonna talk, but you know, I don't care. But everything else, I need that. What do you know about Kirby Right Back at You? What do I know about Kirby Right Back at You? I'm a huge Kirby fan too. I'm a huge Kirby fan. I used to watch Kirby Right Back at You when it was airing on TV, you know, on Saturdays. I love Kirby. Like for me, my top franchise, like I'm more getting into Zelda now, but my top franchises are like Sonic, Kirby. I mean, Mario is around there. It's definitely my top 10 for sure. But you know, Kirby is like my number 2 or number 3, you know? All right, here we go. We are gonna fly down to the shrine, and then we're gonna fly down to the shrine, and then we'll get the other shrine that's near the tower. And then, who's your favorite character in Kirby? My favorite character in Kirby is probably DDD. I think I like DDD the most. Now, what's my favorite Kirby game? My favorite Kirby game is probably Kirby Nightmare in Dreamland, Amazing Mirror. I like Superstar Ultra, but my all-time favorite is definitely Kirby Return to Dreamland. The original on the Wii, but you know, Deluxe is great too. I used to get on Sonic DX and pretend to control the traffic with the cars in town. Oh, I did that too. Mine is Meta Knight. He looks chill. He looks chill dude to hang out. You know, I'm so glad that you said that. Not to. I actually made a video on my YouTube, if you ever go check it out, talking about how Laboratory and Nintendo just wasted Meta Knight's potential. He should have had his own game or a little spin-off or something like that. That wasn't a sub game in another Kirby game. Because Meta Knight has such interesting lore that they could make up, and like it's just so interesting. But they definitely fumbled the bag for sure. But I mean, it could still happen, of course, but they definitely fumbled in not making a Meta Knight centric game for sure. My favorite character is one of the minor enemies. I doubt you know him, but he does show up in the show. What's the name of the character? I probably do know him. Of course I know Knuckle Joe. What? What do you mean? God, you gotta help me get Masher. Bro, I know Knuckle Joe. I know Knuckle Joe. I fucks with Knuckle Joe. All right, so now we're gonna fly down. We're gonna fly down to the shrine in inclement fucking weather. By the way, this weather's trash. All right, here we go. Because video games stress me out. Listen, honestly, so real. I don't even blame you for real. All right, here we go. Please, Link, all you gotta do is make it to the shrine. I might need to get onto that. I might need to get onto the mountain that's behind the shrine right here. I think it's closer and it's higher. I don't think this is gonna do it. That lightning is awful close, yeah. All right. So this is not gonna work. Okay, so I need to get on this mountain right here and then fly down. Boy, brother, I can see you. Motherfucker, did you know that I can see you? I'm gonna be so for real. I'm gonna be so for real. That lightning just now should have hit me, but it didn't. All right, here we go. Make it strike the thorns. Oh yeah, I could do that. Yo, David Duff, thank you for liking the live. I appreciate you. Oh, Zelda fans want the Legend of Zelda Majora's Mask remake for the Switch 2. Honestly, that's a fair ask. Honestly, I want all of the, if Nintendo was a good company, we can all dream. But if Nintendo was a good company, then we would get Wind Waker HD, Twilight Princess HD, Ocarina of Time HD, and Majora's Mask HD, either in a collection or just as separate. I mean, they're gonna do separate games because they're fucking greedy. But a Zelda collection for the Switch would be great. You know, that'd be fantastic. But you know, Nintendo is a company. You know, they're executives. You know how that should go. Come on, I'm almost there. All right, no, Link. Will this be high enough? Will this be high enough? I may need to go higher. No, it's not gonna be high enough. Yeah, I definitely need to go higher. All right, come on. Do not blame me for your actions. Oh, ore. Yes. Ore. We needed the ore. Ore. Okay. Wait, no, that's flint. I mean, I didn't need flint in particular, but that's fine. Yo, Rat. Yo, appreciate you, Rat. Yo, what's good? Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords. And since you're here, you also love big swords too. Pause. All right. Ooh, rock salt. All right. Ooh, the good ore. Yes. Money, y'all. We're making money. All right. There's another shrine right there. I think that's the shrine. Is that the shrine by the tower? No, there's another shrine by the tower over there, though. There's a shrine right there, and then there's a shrine over there. So I will definitely make a note of that. Okay. All right. Here we go. Let me save it. So we have both Sans of the Tale and Link Legend of Zelda here. This stream, man. Honestly, yeah, it's crazy. Bro said, ooh, the good ore. That's what I'm saying. Listen, we have been struggling to get some money, okay? We have been fucking struggling, all right? So I'll take any ore that we could get, of course. But, man, crazy work. But all right, let's keep it pushing, my friend. Let's keep it pushing. All right. I think this might do it. Y'all.
Let's go. All right, and we finally did it. We finally did it. My minerals. Facts. All right, so W. We finally. Oh, Gerudo's back. Oh, Ganon, is that you? Ganon, is that you, my friend? Listen, I'm gonna kick your ass, okay? And it's nothing personal. All right, you got my girl, and I gotta save my girl, Zelda. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah. Gosh, Breath of the Wild slaps. Facts. All right, let's see what we got here. All right, so we have a turning thingy. Okay, this turns that. All right. That makes it go around the circle. Oh, is it gonna hit me? Oh no. I'm gonna crouch. Okay. All right. So. Oh. Oh. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Well, I mean, all right. Great time. Chest on the right. Chest on the right. Chest on the right. Is it in the water? Oh, it's down? Yes, okay. All right. I can't see shit. Okay. Let's switch to Chronosis. Oh, okay. I see it's right there. Okay. All right. No. Bruh. Maybe I should have. Oh wait. Oh, okay. I would have to put the water down to do that. Oh, right. Okay. Directly below. I don't cap. I believe you. I believe him. All right. All right. Yay, money! Just drink the water? Totally. Yeah, totally. Just drink the water. Okay. I don't have any arrows, but I do have the sword. First, let me reposition myself. No. Fuck. I just missed it. Wait. Did it fall over here? Yes, it did. All right. Just spin it again? No, I don't want to spin it again. No. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Bruh. Fall. Damn, I should have thrown it from back here. It's fine though. I don't have any. I mean, oh boy. No. All right. Fine. Fine. Fine.
Oh, okay, I should go over here. I'll spin it again. Can I just spin it the other way? Oh wait, no. All right. Are my swords still there? Bruh. All right, let me grab my swords real quick. I was so close. All right, what do we have here? There's another chest over there. All right. Wait. Oh, okay, okay. I see. I see. What? Breath of the Wild shrines are harder than Tears of the Kingdom shrines, in my opinion. Really? Oh, that's floating. I wonder. They do seem more thought out. I mean, I can definitely see that. I wonder. Do you sink or do you float? You float. Okay. Come on, Link. Come on. Bro. Alright, so that's not what you do. Okay. I have an idea. There we go. All right, and then there's a chest over here that I could definitely use the water to rise. Oh my gosh. No, can't climb that. Oh, I do want to get that. I do want to get it, but wait. Cause is that, how high is that? Let me see something. Oh, okay. So that obviously doesn't work like that. Okay. Oh. More bombs? Oh yeah. All right, fuck it. I'm just keep going. Oh. I do know what I would have had to do to get that, but I was like, all right, let's just keep pushing. Cause I eventually need to go to a what's the name? I need to go to a seller so I can start selling some of this shit that I got. I know it's probably not gonna add up to any of the stuff that I need, but we'll keep it pushing though. We shall keep it pushing. Wow, it's actually so dope. We're actually really getting close to 30K likes. That's actually amazing. I really do appreciate y'all for real. Oh wow, this is gorgeous. Habra bowling is the best moneymaker. What is that? All right, there's another shrine there's another shrine in that direction, I believe. No, that's the tower. So the shrine, where did I come from? I came up there. The shrine is, no, I came up here, I'm pretty sure, didn't I? And I flew down here? Yeah, I came up here. There's a shrine in two of these directions. Right by Hebra Tower, 300 rupees per strike. Oh, okay, all right. Did I unlock that? I'll have to check. I'm not sure if I unlocked that, but I'll definitely have to check. Yo, we got to 30K, yo, thank you. I appreciate it. Top left, okay, I'll check. I shall check. Thank you, Jarlax. I appreciate you, my man. Thank you. All right, let's keep it pushing. Whoa! Shut your ass up. All right. So there's another shrine over there. Where we will take note of that by putting a pin. The shrine we're going to though is this one down here. Wait, is it the shrine that gets me to the Zora world? All right, so this is the shrine that's close by the Zora village, I think. All right. Even if I'm not talking, I'm liking during my loading screens. I appreciate you for real. I appreciate you. All right. So this is another shrine, and we are definitely in the Zora area. Seriously, thank you so much. I don't normally watch streams, but you changed that. I need to go soon. Hey, I appreciate it. You could always slide back through whenever you can. I go live during the weekdays. I go live most times around 8:30 p.m., 8:30, 8:45. And I usually stream for a couple hours. So, I appreciate you being here for sure. Thank you. Oh, a test of minor strength. I already did the greater test of strength. But, all right, let me get my stuff ready. That, and let's go with that. What you got for me? Oh, okay, all right. All right, come on. Oh, okay, all right. Oh wait, it didn't break it. What? Are you gonna break it? All right, let me eat some apples real quick. I'm not trying to die. How do you do the spin thing? Oh, you just hold the attack button with certain weapons, and then some weapons you can do one strike. Some weapons you can just keep on spinning. Oh, okay. Okay, this is. All right. Guardian shield. Okay. All right. I was like, hold up. Oh, like, whoa there, Kimasabi. All right. All right. Did I ever get 3 cores? Do I have 3 did I already upgrade stasis yet? Oh, I got 5 cores. I could definitely upgrade stasis. All right, I'll make sure to do that at some point. Before we leave today, I'll make sure I update stasis. I'm still so happy that you know Knuckle Joe. You're amazing. I'll see you soon. I appreciate it. You have a wonderful night. Stop by again sometime. All right, so now we have what, 6 spirit orbs? Yes. All right. So we're halfway to more stamina, and we can get another heart container already. So that's great. I mean, outside of doing the glitch, they say getting 13 will allow me to get the master sword. So maybe I should just fight. I might as well knock out. I got 6 now, and if I can get 2 more, that'll put me at 8, and then I'll just be 5 away. I'll see how I'm feeling.
Oh.
All right. So this looks like the Zora area. So we are not going there just yet. Not yet, y'all. We still gotta save Vimedo. You know, we still gotta save Vimedo. But at least we can go there now. Now you were saying what was it? You were saying Hebra Tower or something about oh, Hebra Tower. Okay. Hebra bowling. Is the best money maker. Hebra Tower, 300 rupees per strike. Hebra bowling. Right about Hebra Tower. All right. I mean, that'll be good. That'll be good. That'll be really good, in fact. Oh shit, I'm cold. It's cold over here. Now, what do these things look? Okay, okay. I am getting cooked. I only have 1 cold resistance item, and I need 1 more to resist it, which is partly why I'm saving up the money. All right, we will come back to this area for sure. All right. Oh, this is Vimedo. Let's see. There's the thing there. I think I already got that one. This is a tower here. Shrine. These 2 shrines. I think there was a shrine once you climb up. But we're supposed to be going to the volcano. So let me go back to this tower. It's down to his right. Oh, okay. All right. I'll come back there. I shall come back. It's like down to the right of Hebra Tower, and you throw it at his head, and you get a strike. Okay, I throw a ball at him, or do I need arrows for this, or? All right, where's the volcano? The volcano is, oh, there's a shrine right there. Don't I have that marked? I do. Okay. Now you're good. Oh, snowball. Oh, okay. All right. The volcano is there. Okay, so you know what? There is a shrine, and oh wait. Let me turn off. Let me take off my. Put on a guardian weapon, and let's put on a guardian. No, I already got the guardian shield. That should be fine. Oh yeah, let me take off my bow. All right. Let's head in the direction of the volcano, because that was actually one of the big things that I wanted to do. But we will do Hebra bowling so that I can get some more money in the future. in the near future. I'm glad you told me that. Thank you. All right. Now, there is a shrine in the direction of the tower that I'm trying to go to, so we'll hit it and keep it pushing. Oh, it's stopping? Oh, let's go. I don't think I saved in a while. Let me save it again. All right. No, please. Not right now. Not right now. I don't want to deal with that. I see you train your body well. I'd say you're familiar with both sword and bow, correct? That's a good skill set. Why don't you join the Yiga clan? I'll pass. What, you're refusing? Why don't you hear what I gotta say first? The Yiga clan, it's a group of brave warriors founded by Master Koga, who you defeated, set on defeating a hero that thought long dead. I will take your life. Bro, what? Bro, what? I love your stream. Yo, thank you. Yo, Aaron, thank you for sharing the live. I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh. Okay. All right. Note to self: jump out the way and parry it, or do a flurry rush. Okay, I will do that. Damn, she's like, I'm gonna take your fucking life. I'm like, damn. I mean, listen, I had to take out Master Koda, bruh. I had to do what I had to do. It's nothing against you. Oh, now you're not there. Oh, you scared? All right, whatever. I'll beat your ass next time. Nah, whatever. It's not worth it. Let's just go. Oh my gosh. Yo, G baby, what's good, my friend? How's it going? Thank you for liking the live. I appreciate you. Thank you. How you doing, bruh? Yeah. And honestly, I was like, oh, surely I'm running fast enough. I won't even get hit. But I must have slowed down. Yo, Kylie, thank you for liking the live. Why they so angry? Yeah, I know they some hating ass motherfuckers, bro. They some haters for real. But I'm gonna keep on running. Oh, damn. Oh, okay, a Goron, okay. All right. All right. I'm thinking of starting a new file to play the first time all over again. Hey, you should do it. No, you definitely should do it. This is my first time.
You know, I've only fought one divine beast so far, which was Thunderblight Ganon, and now I'm working on the second one. All right, we made it to a shrine. The Moakit Shrine. Awesome game. Yeah, this game is OMG, the hardest one first. You're set. Yeah, and the craziest part is I beat it on 4 hearts. 4. It was nuts. It was nuts. Honestly, if you check my TikTok whenever you get a chance, I posted the video on there of me fighting him. It took me a lot of deaths, not gonna lie, because I'm new and I had to get used to the timing of his blitz attack. But you know, I beat his ass. All right, metal makes a path. All right, metal. Okay. Ouch, damn. How long have you been playing Zelda? How many tries did it take? It probably took me like 10, 15 tries, perhaps. You know, 10, 15, 20 tries, you know, but because I only have 4 hearts, you know what I'm saying? And I had limited food, you know, I didn't prepare very well at all. But, you know, and you know, but we did win. We did win. Oh, I'm cooked. Yeah, I'm cooked. Beast, I haven't beat Tears of the Kingdom. It's complex for me, but I love Breath of the Wild since my first Zelda. Oh, okay, that's what's up. All right, that's wonderful. Oh, hopefully, eventually, you know, it's one of those games you take your time. Eventually, you'll get through Tears of the Kingdom. You know, yeah. The way you play this game stresses me out. I over prepare. Oh yeah. You know, there's another person that over prepares too. Jarlax is just like that. Jarlax be getting hella food and armor to prepare. You know, which is good. That's good stuff to do. You know, but me, I mean, I'm preparing now for Vomito because I can't stand the cold. So that's the only reason why. If I could stand the cold, I would have been beat Vomito ass. All right. Here we go. I think I understand what I need to do. Okay. Come on. Okay, so what's right there? Bruh. Oh, fuck. Oh, wait, no. Oh yeah, I am the Batman of Legend of Zelda. Currently at 400 arrows. I didn't know you could I didn't even know you could carry. Are you talking about 400 arrows across different types, or can you carry 400 regular arrows? I didn't know you could do that. I think the most arrows I ever had was like 30. I have no faith in my combat. I run away and shoot. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Nah, max stack size is 999. Damn. I've only ever have 30. That's crazy. Just one type? Oh, okay. Bro. All right. Fine. You leave me with no choice. Wait. Can you use Cryonis on lava? I mean, I don't see why you... Oh, wait. All right, fuck it. All right. Alrighty. Oh, no. All right. Did I die? Oh, okay.
Ooh. All right, all right. It happens to the best of us. Yo, Easy Favor 23. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hey, buddy, I love your gameplay and I love to join your stream some other time. Let's chat on Discord. Likely ban evader. Oh, hopefully not. But thank you for the follow. Oh, okay. No! Oh, Link neck broke! His neck broke! I broke Link neck! Oh my gosh! My lord. I broke that motherfucking neck, golly. Ow! My bad, Link, my bad, bro, my bad. On Zelda, on everything, that's my bad, bro. Bro, what? No way, bro. You know what? All right. Oh. Oh my gosh, bro. Yo, these camera angles. Oh my gosh. All right. Let's just finish this. I know what to do. Let's just finish this. Let's finish this shrine. All right, here we go. Stasis. Nope. Link, please. Link. Bro. All right. No, what the? Oh, I did not mean to press that. Ain't no way you're blaming me for that. No, I'm not blaming you, Link. That was me. You know what I'm saying? I'm the one pressing the button, even though you're the one doing the thing. You know, I freaking made a mistake and hit the map button by mistake. And then I canceled the magnesis. I wonder. No. Okay. It has no effect. Okay. I mean, whatever. Whatever. All right, here we go. No, what the? I keep fucking pressing the fucking, the map button, bro. Oh my gosh. I keep canceling it by pressing the map button on an accident. I am going to kill you, Link. I'm going to kill you, Link. Stop activating your map. You already are. What the fuck? Okay, okay, okay. I hit the zoom. I clicked in the analog, hit the zoom. My fault. My fault, my fault, my fault. Let's try this again. All right. Whatever. Finally. Hasn't all of this been your fault? Link, I will jump into a pool with no stamina. Don't play with me, Link. But yes, it has been my fault. Proud of you, dog. I appreciate it. Thank you. That shrine wasn't even hard. I just kept fucking I kept fucking fat fingering the zoom in button and fucking up my magnesis. But that shrine was pretty simple. Fine, waste your own hearts. Yo, thank you for liking the live, Jay. I appreciate you. All right. Where are we going? Where are we going? Where are we going? All right, we got 7. I could get 2 hearts after back once I get 1 more shrine. We're going to the volcano. So there's a volcano up there, and there's a wasn't there a closer tower? I guess not. Whatever. I guess let's go over there. I wonder. Oh, we almost got almost all of the map. That's actually pretty cool. Just wait till you get to the Shora Ha Shrine. What is the Shora Ha Shrine? Dang, Link be mean. I know, right? Link out here wilding. What is the Shora Ha Shrines? What is it called? Cause oh, yes. It's not bad. It's just difficult. Oh, okay. All right, got some ores. He's the one murdering me. Oh, it's the blue flame one. Did I do that one already? Blue flame. Oh, okay. All right. Is there anything up here? Wait. Sucker. Ooh, raw bird thighs. It was a Korok. Let's go. All right, great. I wasn't even trying to find that, but it found me, so that's always great, I guess. All right. All right, let's go ahead into that tower. Where's the tower? There's a tower up there. Those are some really orange trees. All right. And then this is the volcano, finally up there. All right, we need to get up there. All right, so let's do that. All right, here we go. Yo, that bitch gum. Thank you for sharing the live, my friend. I appreciate you. Thank you. What is that? What the f? Those are the what's the name? Okay. Of course, always a pleasure. I appreciate you. All right. Yep. Whoa, I can attack my birds now? I'm gonna attack my motherfucking birds? Ah, kill you. Oh, okay, they explode. Okay. Red choo choo jelly. Okay. All right. Oh, is that a guardian? That's a guardian. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. It's time to fight a guardian. Here we go. All right, let me save it. Let me get out my shield. Get out the shield. What shield are we gonna use today? Master Bruce. All right, we're gonna use that one. Yeah, all right, there we go. Come on. Oh no, my shield broke. All right. Bro, what? I pressed parry, but fine. All right. I pressed parry. Okay, fine, fine. This is why I saved it. All right, I'm a fuck you up. All right, as soon as I get back, are you guardian hunting? No, I just happen to see a guardian and I'm gonna attack the guardian because the guardians are my ops. All right, let's try this again. I'm about to beat you with the weakest shields. Obviously, the guardian is hunting me, right? Exactly, Obi-Wan. The guardian is hunting me. Lock on, lock on. All right. Bitch. All right. Oh no! Wait. All right. All right. Goat. Hey, thank you. That laser beam wind up noise gave me so much stress. Dog, are you a platypus? Cause how that's how you could parry. Hey, you know what? I'll give you some style points for that. All right. I'm glad we could do that. Now we can go ahead and save that. All right, here we go. All right, did I lose? Oh yeah, we were trying to get to that tower up there. There's a shrine nearby too though? Oh, that's cool. All right. We are in the mountainous areas. I wonder, and don't tell me, but I wonder if where we are, I sure wonder if this is not the Goron area. Don't tell me though. I could be wrong. Hey, Kira, how's it going, my friend? What's up? That water probably hot as hell. It probably feel good though. Yeah, it could be a hot spring. All right, I need to climb up there, but I guess I'll take the scenic route because we're just vibing. I think you're going the wrong way. Yeah, I was trying to see if this incline would take me up and then around, you know, without having to climb. But I mean, I'll climb if I have to. Oh, fire bats. Fire bats? Oh no, oh no, oh no! Link! All right, I always remember playing this for the first time. It was awesome. La la la, can't hear you. I think you're going the wrong way. Oh, might be you are going the right way. Alrighty, here we go. All right, the tower's over there. All right. Ooh, shrooms. Oh, okay. What does this say? Oh, this is Death Mountain. Y'all were just talking about this before. Y'all was talking about Death Mountain earlier in the stream. Okay. Non-Gorons use extreme caution. Okay. All right, Explorer Dota, you always find something in this game, right? All right, so this definitely is the Goron vibe area. Oh, the area is, wait, it's burning. Oh, can I put on my heat resistance gear? Can I survive then? Oh, it's just too hot for me? It's extreme heat. Okay. Oh, and there's another guardian over there. I would have to get the... Yo, Kira, what's good? You gotta eat some peppers. You need fire resistance elixir or Goron armor. Damn, okay, so it's extreme heat. All right. All right. I'm just trying to get that tower so that I could always come back here when I get the armor. Gosh, that's gonna take another grind stream too. All right. Maybe if I run. All right, I think I already saved it. Maybe if I run, I might be able to get up there and glide over to the tower. You can also get 3 for free if you want to know where. You could buy the elixir, or you can get 3 for free. The tower is safe. You'll make it to the tower, I think, fine. All right. I'm going for it. Wait. Oh gosh. I'm trying to think, should I fight that guardian? Oh fuck. All right, I guess the guardian's fighting me. All right. All right. You never had a chance, baby. Ooh, giant ancient core. Ooh, ancient core. Okay, that was a big boy. Does whistling go faster? Bro, casually playing claw grip. Facts. Oh yeah, with my PlayStation 5 controller, by the way. Not even playing on the Switch controller. But yeah, if you whistle, so you choose. So somebody showed me this on one of the streams. Unironically, after I rated them like a little while back. If you hold whistle, right, and tap the sprint button, you can run without wasting any stamina. It's not easy, but you can do it. And certain inclines, if they're not too steep, you can run up them instead of climbing up them, and it saves you stamina. So I've been using it here and there. All right, so let me just get this real quick. Ooh, sapphire, topaz, good. Okay. Amber, okay. Wait, how do you do that with your PS5 controller? Whistle sprinting, very easy, by the way. It is very easy. So I love sharing this. All right, so my Switch is modded, right? I am playing Vanilla Breath of the Wild with no mods, but I have a mod for the Switch called Mission Control, where you can play with, it's only on custom firmware switches, right? So if it's hacked, you can play with any controller like PS5, Xbox One,
Xbox One X as well. I don't series controllers don't work yet, but PS5 controllers work, PS4, PS3 controllers. As long as you can put it into Bluetooth mode pairing, you can pair it and it works. And playing Zelda with the PS5 controller feels fantastic. Nintendo, come on, one day port Breath of the Wild to the PS5. That shit'll be crazy. Port it to the PC like natively. That'd be awesome. I know you won't make as much money. I mean, you still will because people will buy it on other platforms. But come on, Nintendo. Zelda on PlayStation feels right. All right. All right. What are we doing now? Can't say that, dog. Can't say that. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yes, of course. Nintendo stingy. You saw how they're doing with the Switch 2. Don't get me started on the Switch 2. I could go on and on about the damn Switch 2. I'll still get one because I have a child, so I'll still get one for them. But man, I hope one day the Switch 2 is hackable. That's all I gotta say. I hope one day it's hackable. Oh, I'm catching fire. And now I'm not. Okay, we're good. All right. Yeah, I wanted one, but I don't now. Yeah. Elden Tower. Okay. Yeah. Plus it low-key kind of sucks that, you know, Mario Kart World is kind of ass, not gonna lie. At least compared to Mario Kart 8. Like it does new things, but it's low-key kind of ass. Nintendo let us play Switch games on PC for like 4 years, but you know they like to sue. Right. See, you get it. I mean, you know what I'm saying? You still could if you know where to look, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it died pretty quick, yeah. Don't get me started on the Nintendo fans. Oh my gosh. Listen. No, this is no shade. All right, this is no shade. It's just my thoughts. All right, but some of them will buy anything that Nintendo puts out, and they won't question it, or they'll be like, you know what, it's not that bad. I'm still gonna buy it anyway. Case in point, Super Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. Those games are like 15 and 17 years old, and people bought them for $70. I'm just saying, you did that, not me. You did that. I will never do that. No. And sure, they remastered the graphics a little bit, sure, it looks better, sure, but it's still Mario Galaxy 2. Oh, that's a lot of fire here. I'm gonna play Zelda every time. Anything else, they get no love from me. Understandable. You know what? That's fair. I mean, you know, Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom had plenty of content, so you know I can understand that. The Pirate's Life for me, yeah, the Firehard Fiddly D. The Pirate's Life for me too. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? Yo, you see, when I go to play Majora's Mask and Ocarina of Time, I'm playing the PC port. They made a port for Switch, but I'm playing that. I'm not going to play the original. Man, that shit running like 23 frames per second, bro. I'm not playing that shit. See, back in the day, that's all people had, and I respect it. That's all people had on Nintendo 64. I get it, but I'm not doing that. Not I. All right. Is that a shrine, or is that just lava? No, that's just lava. Okay. So we're up here, and we did get a lot of ore. I can't go further because it's too hot. I need Goron armor, or elixirs, but you know, realistically, I definitely need that Goron armor. Okay. I wish that was 40 for both. See, that makes sense. Making both of them 40 makes sense. But listen, I don't give a shit. I personally don't care if you think that Mario Galaxy is a 9 out of 10. It's not by itself. The game is not worth 40 in 2025 when that game came out in 2007. No.
Okay. I guess I kind of did what I was trying to do over here. I mean, there is that shrine. I mean, there is that. I guess I can get that tower too. Fuck it. Let's get that. Let's get that tower too. You're right. It's worth 70, not 40. Those are your words. Those are your words. Those are your words, not mine. It's worth 20 less to be honest. That's what I'm saying. Plus. Wait. Let's really get into it. Mario Galaxy 1, right? It's already technically on the Switch 1 and 2 if you have the 3D Mario All-Stars collection, which is a whole nother can of worms. That little timed exclusivity shit that they did to drive up the prices. Nintendo, you should be ashamed of yourself. But either way, whatever. Galaxy 1 should be on the eShop for maybe $10, $15 at most. You know what I'm saying? Like on the eShop, but Galaxy 2, I still don't believe in buying it for $40, but Galaxy 1, you make that $10, Galaxy 2, make that $20, $25, and sure, I guess, because it is remastered, I guess, and they did add a little bit more content, a little bit, but you know, but no, it should be free, especially since we got to pay for Nintendo membership. True. Also, can we just talk about? Can we? I see now. Listen, you done press the Nintendo button. Okay, I like some Nintendo games, but you done press the button, and you shouldn't have did that. No, you should have did that. I love talking about this shit. Can we just talk about how the Virtual Boy flopped years ago, and now Nintendo is selling it again, and it's gonna flop again? Because why the fuck is the headset $100? And why can't you play the Virtual Boy games without the headset? Surely we could just emulate it. Why do we gotta buy the $100 headset? You want the Virtual Boy to flop again? The Switch 2 is already, the Switch 2 is selling well, but it's already, I don't know, people are already feeling low-key like the Switch 2 was gonna be Wii U 2. Even though the Wii U, at launch, the Wii U at launch sold a lot of copies, but, it didn't sell too many after that. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. The Switch 2, I have my qualms about it. It don't feel like it's worth $450, to be honest. I do like that it's bigger though. I do like that it's bigger. I hate how they put GameCube games only on Switch 2. Yeah, cause that shit gonna blow up on the Switch 1. The processor that they got in the Switch 1 gonna blow up if they put the GameCube games on it. That to me was a garbage move just to get people to buy the Switch 2. Agreed. They're so greedy. They don't have to innovate there. They straight up cult following. Yeah, and yeah, you're right. The Wii U did flop. Yes, but on launch, the Wii U sold like a few million copies on launch, just like the Switch 2 did. But we'll see how the Switch 2 is gonna look for the rest of its life. It'll probably sell much better than the Wii U, but I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't see the Switch 2 doing Switch 1 lifetime numbers. That's all I gotta say. I could be wrong. I could definitely be wrong, but I don't see it right now. They're not really justifying it for me. Can I make this? If I land right here, I should be able to to slide up maybe. Actually, no, I'll go right here. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. There we go. Like that new Pokemon game. Yeah. I don't know about that. Especially some games are coming out for both Switch 1 and 2. How many more games though do you think are really going to come out on the Switch 1's lifetime? Like the Switch 1 is already 8 years in. How many more games do you think are going to come out on the Switch 1 before they decide to, like, you know what, maybe only the Switch 2 version will come out? And at that point, I don't know. I don't know. Like I said, if you got the money for it, by all means, it's your bread, it's your money, whatever have you. But I just don't see myself really getting it. Having a good night. Oh, okay, good night. Yo, Loop-de-Poop, have a good night. Appreciate you being here. Come through again sometime. We should be live around 8:30 tomorrow, but you know, 8:30 p.m. tomorrow. But you know, slide through. They got one I'm waiting for, and that's Metroid Prime 4. But after that, I'm a little worried about that. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4, it looks good, but I don't know, some of those open world elements, I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know. We'll see what they do. We'll see what they do. Okay, so this is, oh. Okay, Nintendo seems to hate third-party games, which is kind of dumb in my opinion. Yeah, that too. Wait, I'm all the way back here? Fuck. All right. That shrine. We're going, I mean that tower. All right, let's try this again. Where is that, anyways? This Death Mountain. I wonder what that is over there. That looks like a castle. Yeah. It looks like Pokemon graphics in the open world parts on the Switch too. Yeah. Yeah. Where's the shrine at? It's surely not that shrine. Oh man. Okay. I actually didn't know that you could. I didn't know you could drop bombs while you were paragliding. That's actually interesting. Is Pokemon ZA coming out for the Switch 1? Let me see. Yes, yes. Pokemon Legends ZA will be on the Switch 1 and the Switch 2. Yeah. So I guess if you got a Switch 1, you're lucky there. I mean, I'll get it. I'm gonna get it. But yeah. Yo Obi-Wan, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and since you're here, you also love big swords too. Pause. All right. So they ain't completely scamming us. Yeah, well, I mean, it depends on your definition of scamming. Because, I mean, the new Pokemon game has some interesting mechanics, but like, if we're talking about how it looks, listen, Game Freak is, I'm pretty sure Game Freak is like a multi-million, it's definitely a multi-million-dollar, if not billion-dollar company. Pokemon is fucking huge. And you're telling me y'all can't spare more developers to get some more developing time to give something better? I'm not saying everything's got to be realistic graphics. I'm not, you know what I'm saying? Because I know some people hear that and they be like, oh my gosh, art style over graphics, which, yeah, I agree with that. But, I just think that they could do better, you know, even if they are putting it on the Switch. The Switch 2 is supposed to be more powerful. You should be able to do more with the Pokemon game, okay? You know what I'm saying? Also, and a lot of people might hate for me for saying this, but they should have never, in my opinion, ever released Scarlet and Violet on the Switch 1. Scarlet and Violet, they should have held on to it for a little bit longer and released it on the Switch 2. Because that game runs like dog shit on the Switch 1. And the Switch 2 version actually looks decent. Also, Pokemon, they keep it's not really laggy on Switch 1 though. Okay, sure. If you say so. I disagree. I remember playing it with my child. It definitely quite a few places where it looks bad, and it has a lot of frame drops. Where's the tower at? Where is the tower? Where was I even going? Oh, I was going over here. This is a castle. I wonder what castle this is. All right, but yeah, it's a, I don't know what y'all switches are running on. Hey, our switches are running on the Switch 1, man. I don't know what to tell you. It's just, I mean, I guess everybody experience is a little different, but our Switch, I guess, sucks. I guess, I don't know. Oh, there's a shrine. There's a shrine over here. Zeikasho shrine. If there's one thing I would change, if I could afford it right now, and there's one thing I could change, I would probably switch my Switch 1 that I have right now, and I would pay for a Switch OLED with a mod chip. I would, because the Switch OLED just looks way better, and that's also bigger too. I would probably get that instead, if I could change anything. Let's see. Examine. Oh, it's one of these. Oh, okay. So I can. I'm just trying to make my way, right? Wait a second. All right. Here we go. What do we have here? What does this do? Nope. Okay, got it. All right, fine. All right. Man, if you don't try to flip that or something, oop, let me shut up. You did it. Let's see. The last good Pokemon game that I played was either Sword and Shield or Diamond and Pearl. You can block lasers with a shield. Oh, true. Thank you, Link. I appreciate it. Thank you for letting me know. Yo, my Lincoln game just turned to me around and said, "Did you know you can block the the lasers with my shield?" Thanks, Link. All right, what do we have here? Oh, it's another gyro puzzle. Oh. I wonder, could I just... Could I throw this over? No, okay. Okay, whatever. No. Oh boy. You're welcome. Don't murder me now. No promises, Link. No. Bro, I just had it. My lord. Oh. That's hilarious. All right. That's one. This is annoying, yeah. All right. Give me one. There we go. There we go. No, I just had it. Oh my gosh, that was it right there. That was it right there. Oh my gosh. All right. All right. Yo, Marcel, thank you for the heart. Thank you for the GGs. And thank you for that is Jay. Thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. All right. All righty. Hold up a second. Yes. No, fuck you, you piece of shit. Bruh, if I can get the first two, if I can get the top two in there, then I can get the bot. Oh my gosh. Okay, yes. Okay, all righty. I just need to get. Come on. Oh, bro. Oh my gosh. This is annoying, my lord. It's not even hard, it's just annoying as fuck. I wonder. I would die. I wouldn't be able to try that. I wonder. No, of course not. Can you save it? I could. But I don't see why I would use it. Oh, wait. Hold up. Hold up a second. It's one. Bruh. Bro, this one on the left. Yo, hey Mecca, how's it going? How you doing, my friend? Just playing some Legend of Zelda. You know, it's pissing me off. Of course, and now we're back to this one again. Yes. No. Oh, I just had it again. All right, let me try taking it slow. I'm all right, dude. I was sleeping in early this morning and the power lines blew out again, and it scared me so bad because it sounded like something exploded. Oh no! I got chest pain because how fast I bolted up. Oh, okay. I'm sorry to hear that. Take it easy. Hopefully everything will be all right with the power lines. Also, Jarlax, I'm sorry that you burned your hand. I'm sorry to hear that. Hopefully it's not too bad of a burn. Oh, you cooking? Bro. Yo, that last ball hold me, bruh. Oh my gosh. Wait. Oh my gosh. What? Don't move it so hard, bro. Yeah. Come on, no. Come on. Yeah. All right. There we go. All right. that was annoying as fuck. One of the best Nintendo Switch games for sure. Yeah, it is actually. It is fantastic actually. Oh man. All right, so now we have what, seven, I believe. 4-hour stream. Yeah, now we going crazy. And the crazy part is we were grinding and we probably not even have enough. I gotta see once we're done getting this tower, I gotta go to a shop and see if I could sell everything that I got and see what we get. Also remind me to go to Pura so I can get Stasis Plus. All right, that's where we're going up there. Are those guardians? Is that a guardian? I don't think I've ever fought that kind of guardian. I guess we'll see. All right, here we go. Is that a mushroom? Silent shroom. A strange mushroom that glows softly. Cooking a dish unlocks the nutrients, allows you to move stealthily. Oh. Cool. We finally did explore. So in this, we finally did explore the where are we going? Come get some. Oh, wait. Did the enemy say that? I know enemies can talk. The stealth armor is better than elixirs. Oh, okay, interesting. So for anybody just happened to stop by, this is my first time playing Breath of the Wild. I've done one Divine Beast so far, and that was Thunderblight Ganon. Now, technically, I've started the quest for Valmetto with the Rito, and I'll do that next. And then we'll pivot over to the Zora, and then we'll take care of the Gorons afterwards. And then we'll call it a day. Hell no Guardians? All right, no, shut up, Link. Oh, fuck. This is the hardest tower? All right, rude. My bad, Link, my bad. You my goat, you my goat, you my goat. This is the hardest tower? Perfect. This is the kind of energy that I need. You know what I'm saying? I got 6 hearts to my name. This is the kind of energy I need. All right, if we can do this, this is good. You got to be careful because some come back alive. All right, thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it. All right, let's get it, y'all. You trying to fight? Thank you. No, leave me alone, bruh. No. I'm not trying to fight you, bro. All right, but let me save it here. They won't stop till you kill them. Oh, I know. I'm just not trying to fight them right now. Oh, okay, great. That's cool. That's cool. That's cool. Now I gotta figure out the parry timing for this one now. Okay, that's cool. We'll figure it out though. Personally, the Guardians were more menacing in Breath of the Wild when then Ganon, Shadows, and Tales of the Kingdom. Oh, okay, interesting. All right, let's keep it pushing, y'all. Let's keep it pushing. I met Ganon Shadows. Does not scare me the same. Oh, I see. Oh my gosh. Bruh, I couldn't even get a good angle on that. When you hear the first beat parry, yeah, no, I understand. I was trying to get a good lock on angle. I couldn't get a good lock on angle. The second form jump scared me. I'm gonna ignore the Tears of the Kingdom talk until I get to Tears of the Kingdom. All right, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Come on. Come on. Fuck. Yo, Mari, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords. And so do you. Pause. What? Why, Link? Why would you do that? All right. All right. When you hear the first beat parry. I just want to pick up an arrow, but I guess I didn't save it. Great sword gang, GG. All right. Oh, there's two of them up there. I mean, okay, sure. Shit, you gonna fly by me? Sounds good to me. Shit. Here we go. That's pretty tall. Look at that sunset. Oh my gosh, I'm doing the thing. I'm doing the Breath of the Wild thing. Like you know that one art. I'm doing the Breath of the Wild. I'm Zelda Breath of the Wild, bro. All right. All right, here we go. ASAP joined. Is that you, ASAP Rocky? I didn't know you watch April Samurai. Let's go. All right. Oh, there's a lot of Ganon shenanigans going up here. Bars? Perhaps it's hilarious. Perhaps. Yes, mayhaps. Okay. All right. Appreciate you being a good sport about it. All right, this tower. Realistically, I would need to get higher, but I don't think that's gonna happen with how things are right now. Fuck it. You know what? I ain't no bitch. Let's just go ahead. What sword I got? What shield I got? All right. Dope game. Dope game, dude, my friend. Hey, I appreciate it. Come on, bro. All right, come on. Oh no, fuck! No, Link, get out of the goop! Wait. So that worked out. Best game of all time? Facts. Oh gosh. All right, we need some more health. Alrighty, let me think. That's fire. There's got to be another eyeball here somewhere. That's just regular. Oh, there's a chest here. All right, I'm playing Tears of the Kingdom 2. That's what's up. Oh, bomb arrows. Okay, great. I'm doing all the light routes. Okay, nice. I don't know what that means, but that's wonderful. Thank you, Gomez, for following. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords. Pause. All right, let us continue. Is that somebody following me? What is that noise? Okay. All right. Let me do some more investigation. Do I see more of those eyeball things? Now it's raining. Okay, that's gonna be a problem. That still blocks me off from getting up there. I couldn't go that way. Of course, there's still those guardians to worry about. This is why I got Rivali's Gale first. Oh, I don't know what that does, but I'm about to get it. I'm about to get it soon though. All right. How do I get your attention? What if I don't want to use a bomb arrow, honestly. What if I durability up? It makes you fly in the air with a gust of wind, super jump. Oh, that makes sense. Oh, it's kind of like what's name's power from Genshin Impact. Don't attack unless they see you. Okay. All right. Alrighty. Let's see what we can do here, if anything. Can't go up that side. Don't attack unless they see you use magnesis. Oh shit. Should be a door somewhere. All right. What am I currently using? Let's switch. Come on. Come on. I could cook some stuff here while I'm here. Let me see something. There should be a door somewhere to walk across. Yeah, good to know. Good to know. Oh, some cannons. What? What? Okay, sure. What the hell, sure. Oh yeah, I could eat the hardy radish. What does this do? Hasty elixir. Oh, I forgot about the food that they gave me. Oh, hardy radish. All right. Over here. Bro. Okay, there we go. I was just there. I did the same thing. If you cook it, it'll give you 3 extra hearts. Oh, okay. Let's see. That's also fire. What's the knockback like? If you get on top of the ledge, you can jump. What is the knockback like for this? Straight ahead, circle thing? It says straight ahead, circle thing, where? If you get on top of that ledge, straight ahead, circle thing. Oh, you talking about this? You talking about this right here? Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Ah, come on. No! I'm fucking dying. All right. Well, you can't get up here now, motherfucker. Oh, it's not raining. Thank the Lord. Okay. All right. All right. There's stairs to the left. Okay. All right. All right. All right. All right. There's stairs to the left. All right. Yeah, you're right. All right. I guess I'll do that. Oh, a chest. Yes, money. Money is good. Money is great, in fact. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Andale, andale, andale. All right, here we go. Bet. All right. Fuck. No. Wait. All right. All right. So, note to self: don't do whatever I just did. Have you met Kilton yet? I don't even know who that is. Oh fuck. I don't think that I have. Save up top, yeah. Alrighty. No, bruh. I Rivali's Gale this one. Yeah, well, unfortunately we have Urbosa's Fury. All right. Alrighty. It's all right though. It's okay. It's all right though. There we go. All I need was a little elbow grease. All right. There we go. There we go. There we go. Yes. Oh, excuse me. Alrighty, so we got another tower, and we almost got almost all of the map done. Let's go. Alrighty. Alright. So now we can go. Oh fuck! I'm about to die. All right, let's go somewhere else for now. We got a lot of the map done though. Look at that. There's still many more towers that we got to get, but look at that. We almost got all of the map done. We still got to get this area right here. But yeah, eventually. But okay. Let's go to a goddess statue. Let's get our health up, and let's. I don't think I found the goddess statue in the Rito area yet. I wonder where it's at. I know where it's at in the Gerudo, but I don't think I met it, and I don't think I found it over there yet. But I mean, we'll figure it out. But in the meantime, hold up. All right. Oh yes. Let me go talk to Porter real quick. But no, I have not met Kilton Bradley yet. No, I have not. In the Rito Village? All right. I'll check. What's good? Yes, I did. So which one do you want to power up, Stasis? All right, power up. Yes. There we go. Snap. Snap. Hey ho, got it. Okay, Stasis upgrade underway. Guidance stone unlocked. Okay. You can sell monster parts to Kilton and buy mass to blend in with enemies. Oh, that's fire. He's a goat? Okay. The goat. All right. This powered up stasis room can now time stop evil creatures. Stopped objects store kinetic energy. The stored energy will act upon the object when the flow of time resumed. Making good use of the stored energy can even move the largest of objects. Oh. Alrighty. Not a for real goat? Damn. My little guy just did the trick. Hee. What's this? Perhaps you already went and powered them all up? Well, I suppose if she could slay in legendary soldiership had nothing to fear. Well, yes, cut nothing at all. Even Calamity Ganon. Wait. That was it? Well, all right. Let me chop down this tree real quick. Alrighty. So now, let's go back to, well, let's go to one of the stables actually. What is this? It's a shrine. I think I ended up getting this, didn't I? Or did I not? I'll leave it. And then there's something up there I couldn't get because it's too hot. This is where I'm at now. Let's go to one of my, let's go to one of the stables. The stable here. Oh, Steve is right there. Steve is just fucking around right there. All right, Steve. This is a shrine. It's Kakariko. Dueling Peak stable. All right, let's go there. Damn, we've been streaming for 5 hours. Give it up for 5 hours. Golly. It's been a fun time with y'all so far. We're definitely rounding to the end, but it has been a fun stream for sure. I really do appreciate all y'all being here and watching. Everybody on every social media, especially you, Twitter. I appreciate y'all for watching. Alrighty. What, Link? What happened? What happened, bro? My gold beetle?
Yeah.
It's Customer Appreciation Day. I want you to have this. Ancient arrows. An arrow created ancient technology. Oh. It even works on guardians? I hear it works best if you hit a guardian in the eye with it. Oh. To find him, go way past Zoro's domain to the... Oh, there's another ancient tech lab. A Kala ancient tech lab. Oh. Old Robbie makes other weird weapons and clothes and stuff. I'll make a note of that. Okay. Interesting. I guess he's what you call a mad scientist, which is kind of cool, but also terrifying. One taps guardians? Oh shit, okay, I'm definitely gonna want that. If you want strong weapons and stuff, you should go see him. Can he repair guardian weapons or no? Or is that not a thing that can happen? What are you looking for? What are you selling? Look what I got. All right, I'm selling, you know what I'm saying? I have three. 540 rupees, okay. Now you buy stronger ones? Oh, okay. All right. Wait, no, wait, look what I got. All right, so I also got 2 sapphires. Okay, all right. I got a star fragment, okay. All right. 1600. I'm almost there, y'all. Almost there. That's 200 for that. I'll keep that just in case. Let's see. Sell some amber, I guess.
Wow.
240. Okay. All right. What else we got? We also got some ancient gear. Oh, opals. Yes. I'll take all my opals. All right. I think that might be it. Yeah, I think that might be enough for the armor that I need. But I will still sell a few more things. I don't know if the ancient cores are still useful at this point, but I'll save them since I haven't gone to other tech lab yet. So I'll save it. I think we might have enough though. So, what you got? Oh yeah, you sell arrows and shit. All right. How many did you give me? 1. Wow. Wow. Okay. Keep your cores and screws and shit. Okay, I'll keep them. I'll keep them. I'll keep them. I'll keep them. I was thinking there probably wasn't more use for it after the poorer stuff, but I guess we'll see. Let me heal, and then we'll go to the Rio village.
Hi.
Welcome. Will you be staying with us? A regular bed costs you 20. Okay.
Oh.
All right. Oh, I need to go to the goddess statue and upgrade my shit.
Oh.
All right.
Ah.
Alrighty. So, I'm not talking to y'all because I already know that y'all got. I already know y'all got some shit. I would invest in the ancient shield at the Akala Tech Labs. My favorite shield. All right. I haven't gone there yet, but I'll keep that in mind. Oh, Akala Tower. Oh, okay. It's probably somewhere over here. Okay. I'll probably find it somewhere over here. You know what? I'll let me go to Rito Village first, buy that armor, and then I'll go over there. All right. This has been a fun stream. This has been a very fun stream. Honestly, I love that I never know what I'm gonna get whenever I play Breath of the Wild with y'all. And I think that's fantastic. I'm just learning so much about the game as I go along and just be fucking around, and it's just so fun. All right. Alrighty. Cheesing. Alrighty, I think the armor is down here. Not there. Not there. This is the bottom. Yeah, that's the bottom. Oh, the goddess statue. Oh, okay. Got it. All right, so let's get a heart container. Oh, I have 8. I can get 2 heart containers. Okay, great. That's what I wanted to do. All right, so now we'll have 8 hearts. Isn't that kind of crazy? That's like poetic. We beat Thunderblow. We beat. Wait, where is this at? I can never find the statues. I got you. I'll show you. It's kind of crazy. We beat Thunderblight Ganon, and we had 4 hearts, and now we're gonna fight Vameta, and we have 8. And Vameta was technically an easier fight, but you know, it's cool. It's cool. It comes full circle, you know. We're getting closer and closer to that 13 for the Master Sword. All right, so if you go towards the bottom of the Rito Village stairs, on your like the stairs when you enter the village, on your way up, the goddess statue is right here. The goddess statue is right here. So basically, just go to Rito Village and come up to that shrine, and then just walk down till you get almost to the bottom, right? And then it's gonna be right behind you. All right, where's that armor at? Oh, here it goes. Here it goes. Alrighty. Yes. All right. And then we also need that. All right. And we also need just a little bit more. Looking to sell. Let me sell a few more things. Let me sell one of them. Can you show me on the map? I don't think I've been to Rito Village. Okay, I got you. I got you. Are you from the East Coast? Yeah, I'm from Jersey.
Oh.
Yes, sir. All right. So now we finally. All right. So the grind stream was a success. You can hear it slip out a little bit. Yeah. You feel me? You feel me? The grind stream was a success. I'm actually really happy about that because I mean I didn't think that we were wandering around for 5 hours, but I'm glad that we actually made enough to get it. And we did a lot of stuff. We got a lot of shrines. We got a lot of we did 8 shrines and we did like 2 or 3 towers. So that's actually really good. Opening up the map and shit. And whatnot. So now we now have the armor that has cold resistance. So now we'll be good. We can actually next stream either tomorrow or tomorrow's Wednesday, either tomorrow or Thursday. We could finally take on Valmetto and then move on to the next one. So that's great. Yo, Ash, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and since you came at such a fantastic, wonderful time, guess what? You also love big swords too. Pause. All right, so we now have the drip. We got the muffin drip. We can save it. All right. Alrighty, so what I gotta do now? Oh yeah, I said I was gonna go to the Akala. I'll see if I gotta find that. The Akala lab. I think they said something about northeast or some shit. I don't know. Let's see. But yes, next stream is gonna begin with us going straight for Valmetto, and then we'll do that entire quest line. Because we're already there. I already did the whole thing where I shoot the bomb arrows at the turrets, and like I could already travel into Valmetto already. So I just gotta do the puzzles and shit. I just didn't have the cold resistance to last. But now we do. It's at the very top of the hill. Just follow the path. Okay. The hill. So what hill? What hill are you talking about? It's way up in the far right corner of the map. So like we're talking like is it there? Or like is it like somewhere up here? There, yes. Okay. Okay, so it's like over here. Yeah, it's here over here. All right. So I see what you said. Follow the path. That's fine. All right. Fuck it. We now have 8 hearts. That's huge. Now I can last through the cold. Is that a shrine? I think that's a shrine too. So we're definitely gonna go there. I wish Steve was here. So I could ride Steve. Steve's my horse, by the way. You might need Steve, brother. I know. Pause. Alrighty. Oh, of course it's raining. Of course. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna go to the Akala Tech Lab, do that stuff right there, and then we're gonna go back to meet with Teba, and then we're gonna end it right there. I'm gonna go right next to. I could just go right to Valmetto. I'm gonna go into Valmetto and then I'm gonna save it, and then we'll call it a day. There's a stable on the way, so you can get your horse. Oh, okay, great. Ain't nothing a little whistle sprinting can't fix. as I play on my PlayStation 5 controller. This shit about to break. Remind me to use that on some boss. Where's the shrine at? All right, we're getting to the shrine. I might as well do the shrine too. Just so I can fast travel, because I can already see that I'm probably gonna want to keep coming there. Pause. All right, here we go. Don't embarrass yourself. Oh, is this the stable? Is that the stable? You want some? Huh? You want some? What the heck? Come here, you motherfucker. Gotcha. Don't be playing with me. Samurai, you low-key fruity? Nah, me? Me? What you mean? I'm not fruity at all. All right, Katosa Og Shrine. All right. All right. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Chat named the horse Steve. By the way, I did not name Steve. Chat named the horse. Yo, Star, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. And just for you, you like extra big swords. Pause. All right. What do we have here? Are you disowning Steve? No. I love Steve. I love Steve. Steve's great. Steve's fantastic. Steve's my baby. What you mean? Whoa. Nah, bro, that's what you like. That's what you like. You're here. You like big swords like all of us. All right. Oh, okay. So. Oh my gosh. Oh, no way. All right, we're playing a little bit of golf. Is it gonna come back? Is it gonna come back? Oh, okay. Okay, all right. Oh my gosh. No, bro. It's not even hard. Not the mini golf shrine, right? Wait, first, let me, okay, it's like that. So that goes up, that goes down. Okay, there we go, okay. All right. Nope. Okay, oh, come back. Reset. Oh, all right. Let's simply turn and swing. And overshoot. Yeah. No. Let's simply overshoot because that's what we do. Yeah. All right. Oh. Okay. The panic was worth. Okay. Yeah. Okay. And it's gonna roll off. Okay. All right. No, come on, bruh. All right, I'm getting mad. No, I'm just kidding. All right, so note to self, I gotta stop hitting it so fucking hard. What? It just clipped in the ground. Oh my, Tusk Act 4. Johnny Joestar? Tusk? Holy shit. What's good? Soft taps, brother.
Hey, listen, I only know how to hit it hard, man. I don't know about that finesse. No, I'm just kidding. Was that soft enough for you? You know, it'd be funny. It'd be funny if that actually made it, and we had to actually wait. All right, that should be fine. That should be fine. Was that soft enough for you? All right. It's not an April Samurai stream if we ain't doing no bullshit like that. Oh, okay. Is there a chest nearby? Oh, there is. Oh, there's another room. Wait, was that just not the end? Huh, there's more. All right. All right, what do we got here? Oh, okay. So so for this one, you gotta hit to the side. All right. You gotta like go like that. All right. Chess golf. Yeah. I'm just too good at the game. I'm just too good at the game, clearly. Cooking? Hey, thank you. What do we got here? What are we getting for our troubles? Oh, the magic frost blade. Okay, that is not what it said. It said great frost blade. But, all right, what do we have? This axe is about to break, but... Look at that. That's so cool. Oh. Remind me to use that for like fire or something. Alrighty. All right. That shrine wasn't too bad. Alrighty. Okay. We got a spirit orb, and now we can find this Akala lab. Find the Akala lab. May the goddess shine upon you. Hey, you can see Vomito on the loading screen. I wonder, will the other one show up too if I win? That'd be cool. It's a long ass loading screen, bro. They do actually. Oh. I be noticing. I'm a noticer. I'm a noticer, Teresa. I be noticing things. You know, don't tell me, right? Like nobody say anything in chat, but this is just me thinking out loud. But you know, I know our main quest is definitely to get the 4 divine, like right now the main story quest, get the 4 divine beasts, get them back on our side, and then eventually we, of course, I want to run to the master sword. But I'm just wondering, like, what other fucking around and shit do I need to do before we eventually get to fight Ganon? I wonder how much. I mean, obviously there'll be plenty of game to do because, like, there's a bunch of side missions and, there's DLC, but I wonder, I mean, I guess I'll find out when I get there. I'm not going to rush it, but I'm just curious what will be next to set up before I get to the final fight. Still, I'm enjoying myself. Korok's brother,
You can fight Ganon anytime. I mean, yes, I know you can fight Ganon anytime, but I'm saying like but if you're following the progression of the story and whatnot, you know, I'm just like wondering, like after we do save all of Divine Beasts and whatnot, I'm just wondering what do we do next? No, leave me alone. You collect 900 for a special surprise? I can already tell you right now, we ain't collecting all 900 core rocks. We ain't doing that. They're lucky that we got 7, and a lot of those chat helped me with. Terrytown, Link's house. Oh, okay. Oh, a guardian, y'all. It's a guardian. It's guardian time. All right, let's put on our weakest shield, which is the same thing. All right. Oh, okay. That's low key not fair because I was trying to lock on. Yes, buy the house so you can store weapons instead of throwing them out. Oh. All right. All right, so where are we going? All right, what do we have here? Oh no, no, more lanterns. No, surely you're not gonna ask me to light up his furnace. No, please don't do that to me. I hated that shit before. Please don't do that to me again. Go see Robbie. All right, the Akala Ancient Tech Lab. All righty. What do we have here? Oh no, shit broke. You deserve it? I deserve it for what? Oh, there's another shrine. Okay. All right. After we talk to, after always murder me in the worst ways. I think the worst way that you got murdered today was getting your neck broken. That was actually kind of crazy. I didn't even know you could do that. Cook him, Link. Oh, chill. Come on. It's. Oh, it's Robbie. Hey, you. What are you doing here? Are you the one called Link? Yes. That's too bad. If you were the legendary Link, there would be something important I need to tell you. But how can I determine a full certainty whether or not you are the true hero? Yes, how indeed? Yes, if you could show me the wounds, your body suffered 100 years ago. What? You want me to take my clothes off? Yo, Robbie freaky as hell, bro. What's going on, man? He said give me the Hylian thug shaker. Come on, man. The Hylian shaker. I don't need to. He's already cooked. Crazy. I hate the tech labs because it always rains every second. Yo, Teresa. Yo, when I was doing, I shit you not. I like said it. I have this in one of my previous VODs that you can watch on YouTube right now. I have a whole playlist of all of my previous adventures leading up until today. And this video would also be in there as well. So definitely give it a check out if you got some spare time. See my journey, all the struggles, all the laughs. Anyways, on my YouTube, AprilSamurai. Either way, but as I was saying, I was doing the Pura mission to bring the fire to her furnace, and as I was walking the fire to the furnace, don't be shy, show me those scars. But as I was walking,
the flame to the furnace, right? I stopped to talk to one of the NPCs because I was curious, and then one of the NPCs was some woman, and she was mad, and she was like, "Grr, I'll get them all." And she's like, I'll get them all. And as soon as she said that, it started raining. I was like, it put out my fire. I'm like, bro, why did you call a rain god on me, bro? I didn't do nothing to you. It was hilarious. All right. So okay, so let me take off my clothes, I guess.
The number of scars on your body, just as I remember. Most seem to have healed, but they do line up with the scars I know you got during the Great Calamity 100 years ago. Yes, I acknowledge you as the real Link, so let us begin again. I am the lead guardian researcher and director of the Akala Ancient Tech Lab, Dr. Robbie!
I did not expect that guitar.
In any case, I'm really impressed that you've made it all the way out here in this rather remote location.
Let's see. I hate how I know exactly. I hate how exactly. I exactly know who you're talking about. He counted them before. He paid very close attention. Yo, Robbie on some freak nasty shit, bro.
Did you perchance?
Yo, I can't look at the word perchance anymore without thinking about that stupid Mario article. I mean that Mario essay.
Did you perchance meet Pura and borrow her power?
I met a child. Yo. Link be like, eyes up here, and then he flies up like Superman.
Pura, a child? What? She really has a kid? Or do you mean that Pura aged backwards and now she's a child?
Pura got younger.
Are you certain? So she's as crazy as ever. Okie doke. Knowing her, I'm guessing she screwed up some experiment. Yes, typical. Yes, she screwed up her experiment. Let us return to the subject at hand. Did you know that the calamity is regaining its power? I know. I see. Then I don't need you to tell you my story.
You know what? Fuck it. Tell me, for the content. Fuck it.
Yes, I see. In that case, the goal of our Sheikah research lab is simple. Really, we aim to destroy the calamity that has endured across time, to rid Hyrule of its dark influence, and above all, to rescue Princess Zelda, who is now a prisoner of the calamity. We have worked ourselves to the bone conducting our research. For a time, I feared I'd pass before we could prevail. However, you, Link, managed to awaken before this old sack of flesh came out.
Did you really have to put the image of old sack in my mind? Why did you say that? Why did you say it like that?
All right. That means the time is now. Yes. Now is the time to join forces with the Sheikah, yes? We must destroy the calamity.
Let's do it to it. Link's famous quote. Let's do it to it, guys. That's what Link says. Link's always said that. He said it. You remember? He used to say it back on the NES. Let's do it to it, guys. He said that. You remember? Robbie the Goner, Robbie the Gooner, more like it. That image is always in my mind. What, old sack? Let's do it to it, guys. The image is always in my mind.
Yes, that is correct. You and I are going to join forces and put an end to the calamity. And on top of that note, sorry for the long preamble, but I'll provide you with some ancient soldier gear. Where did you catch all that? Cherry, the ancient oven creates ancient soldier gear, but I fear she's out of sorts at the moment. I'm afraid someone will have to bring a blue oh my gosh. I'm gonna kill myself! Let's do it to it, guys. That's what I'm saying. Link always said that. He's always said that. It's literally one of his catchphrases. Robbie wants some smooching time. Oh, yo, smooching time. Yo, can we just talk about how, can we just talk about how much he was
I guess you could say he was kind of gooner, I guess. Nah, Link on the old cartoon was wildin', bruh. Oh, yeah, smooching time, bruh. Yo, Zelda should have had him executed on the spot, because, yo, bruh, he gotta go. He too horny, bruh. He gotta go. He can't be my knight. He can't be my knight. He gotta go, bruh. Is that a master sword? Is that a master sword in your pocket? Or you just happy to see me? No, Link's actually just happy to see you. Or the one from the cartoon. I'm gonna spit in my water thinking about that shit. Oh my gosh. The pause. All right. Me too. Me too. What? Oh, you almost spit out your water too? Oh, hey, let's go. We're linked. All right. All right. So the blue. All right. The blue flame. Hey, yo, Cherry kind of thick. Wait. Oh. Cherry's a beautiful woman. Cherry's a beautiful woman, y'all. I thought you went. Cherry is the robot. Oh, okay. I thought you also want smooching time with Link. Me? No. Nah, Link's the homie. Link's the homie. I would never ruin our friendship like that. You know, Link's a good friend, you know? Let's see. Inventory. Let's put on my clothes again. All right. Oh, is the rain stopping? Yes. All right. Where is the blue flame? All right. Here we go. More like Urbosa and Steve love triangle. Ah, yes, Urbosa, my lord, what a woman. Ah, man. Oh, low battery. Oh no, let me charge up my PlayStation 5 controller. There we go. Pardon me while I pull this extremely long cord out of nowhere. All right, here we go. All right, so I believe I am where? No, okay. Where is the blue flame? Might be a skill issue, but I might be a skill issue, but I cannot whistle sprint. I got you. Here's your quick. Hey guys, here's your quick whistle sprint tutorial right now. All right, check it. So to whistle sprint, you press the whistle button, right? You choose a direction that you want to walk in or run in, and then you tap the sprint button, and then you can whistle sprint like that. Now, it might be awkward to hold, but the whistle sprinting can get you across long distances without wasting any stamina. All right. Where's his furnace at? I see lanterns there. So obviously if I follow the lanterns down, maybe I'll find his lantern. I'll find his, what's the name? Oh, a double rainbow. Let's do it to it, guys. Other mountain? Oh, okay. What you mean other mountain? Wait, what? I swear it does feel good to hear Link's catchphrase that he's always said. All right. Other mountain? There's another mountain? There's a mountain there. There's a cowards. All right. Oh,
I see. I see. Of course. It just couldn't be simple. I really have to walk all the way around. Oh my gosh. This is some bullshit. Don't piss me off. I killed the other one too? Damn. 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 All right. Listen, lighting up Cherry's furnace takes time. Hey. I don't like the way you said that. All right. Cause I'm actually trying to get Robbie hot and bothered, by the way, not Cherry. Let's get our facts straight. All right, y'all. This is for Robbie. That's the shrine next to Killing. Oh. All right. You know, that's where we're going after this. So, all right, cool. Great. Great. All right. All right. Link is back in the Olympics. He only shows up at night, which I forgot. I spent too much time looking for him. Oh, you're broken rupees? Yeah, because I bought the armor that I was trying to get. I bought the armor that I needed, which was the ice resistance armor, so I could do Vametto. I'm wearing it right now. Where's Robbie's off? Okay. So I gotta walk around. I gotta walk around Bloodleaf Lake. Wait. Is that? There's a bridge there. You can dupe items? No! Why? Why? Nope, do not try to cross that bridge. GG, no? Okay, all right. All right, no? All right. You know what? Don't cross it, it's not worth it. Okay, all right. For the plot? You said cross it for the plot? Go around? I mean, I was already gonna go around. I just happened to notice that there was a bridge there, but I was gonna go around. Take off your shield. Oh, right, the thunder. Yeah, you're right. Well, I think I can use the guardian shield, right? And I'm holding a torch, so. As long as it does shine green, throw your sword at him. Oh yeah. Well, I was kind of saving this for the boss, but it's fine. Oh no, yo, no. Okay, the game lagged a little bit. All right, whatever. You know you can already get the Master Sword. You know what, Eduardo? I actually did know you could get I knew you can get the Master Sword already.
People were telling me about the Master Sword glitch. We're not gonna do it though. We're not going to do it. But I did hear about it. Yes. All right. It's not harder. You could dupe your health and stamina. So there's a place where you can farm some very good weapons. Goddamn, bro, you don't sleep. I mean, I will. I mean, I took a nap earlier, but I will. I'm about to. I got to do the Robbie mission, and then I got to get that shrine, and then we'll call it a night. Okay. All right. But yes, I'm probably not gonna do any dupes or anything right now, Eduardo. I'm probably just gonna play it normally because it's my first time in playing the game. But maybe next playthrough I'll probably do that. But for right now, I'm just trying to take it a little slow and just vibe out like that. But yeah, Eduardo, thank you for the follow. Welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords, and Star loves even bigger swords. Pause. All right. The f does that mean? We love big swords here. Do you not see this motherfucking sword, bro? Oh, I'm sorry. Do you not see this motherfucking sword? It's an axe, but you know, it looks like a giant sword. But yes, we love big swords here. We love big fucking sword energy. You know what I'm saying? You ever play Doom? Either way. All right. Moblin Fang. All right. Oh, hell no, Samurai Wallet. Teresa, follow those. Hey, Teresa, welcome to the Odachi clan, my friend. We love big swords. Pause. All right. Is this a campfire? No, but if I put some wood here. Wood? Yes. If I throw some wood down, I can make a campfire. There is no way that just happened. There's no way. There's okay, sure, okay, all right. Well, why doesn't Teresa love extra big swords too? No, because it's just you. It's just you. Only you like extra big swords. All right. Alrighty. So, this is a problem, but wait, what if there's a place on the map on the edge that has lots of big swords. Yeah, I imagine we'll definitely go there at some point. All right, so no. Can I like? Come on, please. Have you ever played Tears of the Kingdom? No, I haven't. That's next. You gotta wait the rain out. Oh my gosh, it's peak. I'm looking forward to experiencing that peak when we get there for sure. But for now, I'm just taking all of the big swords that Breath of the Wild has to give me. You know, so yeah. I finished that game in one day. I have no life. Yeah, no. Yeah, we're definitely taking it slow, but I do appreciate the advice, though. I will keep it in mind. I will keep it in mind, though, for sure. All right, we just gotta wait it out. Oh, that sucks, but all right, it is what it is. All right, pause. What you mean? Play. You know what? Rewind it and play it again.
Oh. When you play Tears of the Kingdom, I will be here. I appreciate it. Okay, sounds good. All right. You can make the thunder go away? Yeah. I guess I wasn't that far. I can find a place where there's no water falling, like a mini cave. Yeah. No. I definitely knew that. I was just trying to see if I could wait it out. Let me see. There we go. All right. Oh, okay. All right. All right, y'all, here we go. Surely it's not gonna rain again. Alrighty, what am I doing? Okay, so y'all said don't take that bridge there. I'm gonna at least look at it. What does it look like? Where's the bridge? The bridge is here. So I need to turn around over here. All right, I need to walk down so I can go around. 900. I'm a grind. Wait, no. What the hell, Link? Why did you put it away? Link, why have you forsaken me? Ooh. I don't have the patience for the 900. No, I don't either. And I'm probably not gonna do that either. Maybe another playthrough, perhaps, but not right now. Oh, it's about to fucking rain, isn't it? Come on, I'm almost there. I'm almost there. I am almost there. Come on, come on. I just gotta make it. Come on. I feel like Eduardo might be capping right now. You can't run or fall. I know. This ain't my first rodeo. This is gonna hurt. Has to out here living the dream. Come on, we're almost there. Come on. We just have to get... not the Yiga clan, please! No! No! This can't be happening right now! Alright. Please leave me alone! No! Alright. We did it! We did it! Yes! Alright, it's been activated. You, Link, listen up! My darling Cherry is back to normal. Such is the power of love. My love made Cherry well again. Your love? Motherfucker, I did the work. All right, Cherry's gonna be so happy. Oh, okay. Oh, well, yes, thank you. Yes, quite. Now then, please take this as a gift of my gratitude now that Cherry is fixed. Oh, got some more ancient arrows, great. They're made using secret Sheikah technology. With the addition of my upgrades, they have morphed into anti-calamity weapons, so to speak. Needless to say, they're an incredibly powerful ancient soldier gear. I like to call them ancient arrows. In addition to ancient arrows, Cherry can make all kinds of ancient soldier gear. If you're looking to acquire some, give your ancient materials and rupees to Cherry. Did you hear that? Oh, forgive me, Link. Ever since the fall of Hyrule Castle, we haven't had much in the way of funds. Oh my gosh. I gotta fucking... Robbie's poor wife doesn't get to beat a big or the little spoon. Yo, Ali Yates, welcome to the Odachi clan. We love big swords. Well, thank you. Pause. All right.
Hi.
G'day. G'day, mate. And check it out. Oh, okay. Cherry's cool as hell. Is this Cherry? This is Jaren. Where the fuck is Cherry at? Maybe it was a bit for the first time meeting you. Yes. Link, don't worry about it. It's all okay. So what do you need from me? Who are you? Hey, I'm Jaren. Check it out. Bro, why'd you do it again? I just said it was too much the first time. You did it again. Why? I'm an amateur scholar of ancient history. To be honest, I've been focusing a lot on research on shrines. Oh, that reminds me. Link, there's somewhere you need to go. It's the left eye of Skull Lake. I know there's a shrine there, but it's a challenge to get to. The left eye of Skull Lake is higher up. The right one is lower down. If you run into Kilton, you're on the wrong eye. Oh, okay, so this is Kilton. Okay, we'll go there eventually. Have you got any other questions? No, I don't. All right. No, is this Cherry? Hey, beep. Familiar name missing. Oh, okay. So ancient arrows, ancient sword, ancient shield, ancient blade saw. Oh, wow. Ancient spear, ancient bow, ancient helm, ancient curious, ancient greaves. Oh, 2,000, 2,000, 2,000s. That 6,000, that's a crazy ass grind stream, bruh. Go unlock your travel medal. I don't know what that means. Jaren and Pura seek a romance. Okay. Sorry, no long swords from Cherry. All right. Big swords. All right. Thanks for your time. Come again. All right. So we're gonna leave. They're all freaks. Let's get out of here. All right. Now, there's two more things to do. One is the shrine, and then we go back. Are we almost streaming for 6 hours now? Golly. I think this is the longest I've streamed in a minute. I haven't done a 6-hour stream in a long time. I'm loving it though. I'm loving the energy though. I am loving the energy for sure. All right, let's go to that shrine and I guess see Kilton, I guess. Let's do it to it, guys. You're right, Link. You're right. You're always right. Except for when you're wrong. Which is all the time. All right. Go fight Ganon. How about you fight Ganon? 6,000 rupees sounds crazy. Go big or go home. Just finish Vametto. He's light work, but I'm never wrong. You're right, Link. You're right. You're never wrong. It's me that's wrong. It's not you, Link. It's me. I definitely don't want to just fight Ganon for shits and giggles. I definitely would like to. I definitely would like to. The first time I go to see Ganon, so this is my first time. The first time I see Ganon, I would like it to be the time that I'm actually ready to go in and fight Ganon. So there will probably be a prep stream beforehand, but I don't want to go to Ganon's castle, or I don't want to go to Hyrule Castle beforehand. So this is my first time, you know? I want it to be special. Pause. All right. Yeah, yeah. At least fight wind blight while we're all here. We're going on 6 hours now. I am not fighting wind blight. I'll fight wind blight tomorrow. I technically shouldn't even be up this late. I have a interview tomorrow, later on in the day, but I do need to go to sleep eventually. But this game is so damn addicting. Let the man rest. Right. We definitely did enough grinding in this stream for sure. All right. But I'm never long. You're right, Link. You're right. You're right, Link. You're never long. You're always just right. You always fit just right. You like the perfect size, right? Pause. Wait, who needs sleep? Red Bull has your back, Samurai. Red Bull. Hopefully they don't actually do no. Hopefully, hey yo. Hopefully Red Bull doesn't actually do no crazy stunts. What is that? Oh, it's another dragon. All right, this is the last shrine we're doing for today. All right. Nah, just increase your stamina wheel. The skull's eye. All right. Wait, I just completed this. I completed the side mission like that. Oh, they were saying, oh, it's a little tough to get to. Why they lie like that? Why they lie? They were like, oh, if you went too low, you'll still kill it. And like, bruh, what? Just increase your stamina wheel? I need to get 13 hearts so I can be worthy. What? Surely this is not just the shrine they just said fuck it. I was joking, saying Red Bull increases your stamina wheel. Oh, okay. Ooh, the flame blade. Ooh. All right, so what are we getting rid of? We're getting rid of eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I'm sorry, Torch. I mean, I would love to have you back, but this is the motherfucking flame blade. Torch. I mean, I flame blade is convenient for starting fires. Also in Hebra region. Yeah. I already had the thunder blade. That's part where I beat the shit out of Ganon with. That shrine was nothing. Did they run out of ideas? What the fuck was that? That was literally the most that was simultaneously the most perfect shrine for the end of the stream, since it's been a long time. It's been 6 hours, but also, what? Okay, sure. Well, yeah, it's a blessing. All right, shrine quest give you free shrine pass. Oh, that was a shrine quest. Oh, I see. All right, how quaint. All right, and maybe Kilton is down there, perhaps below, perhaps. Oh, you said it's only at nighttime, right? All right. Okay. All right. At 9 p.m. Oh, okay. I ain't waiting for that motherfucker. All right. So let's go all the way over here to Rito Village so I could cook. That's what we're doing in the next stream, but we'll talk about it. If you want to dilly-dally before fighting Ganon, you should do the Labyrinth Shrines. Oh, trust me, we ain't nowhere to talk about Ganon yet. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, we got to focus on these divine beasts and grinding as we get as much money as we can. So I got to find more optimal ways to grind rupees. Although I may look into item duping. All right. Alrighty. So we have come to the end of today's stream.
we have come to the end of today's stream. When we come back, we will either be streaming tomorrow or we'll stream. Well, tomorrow's Wednesday. No, today is Wednesday, right? Yes. So we either stream tonight at 8:30 p.m. or 8:45 p.m. or we'll stream Thursday. Give myself a day to like kind of just sleep and whatnot and relax. But W stream, thank you very much. All right. When we come back, yeah, I'm suing. What do you mean you're suing? What are you suing me for? All right. When we come back, y'all. Call my lawyer. Good luck on the interview. Thank you very much. When we come back, we will be taking you on to Va Meadow. We will clean up some of the rest of the stuff in the Rito village, and then we'll start heading towards the Zora. Because I said I was gonna go talk to Princess Sidon. We'll do that. We'll do that. Start the quest for that, and then and then we'll take it to wherever the hell we're gonna go next. I know there's probably gonna be more grinding we gotta do. Oh gosh, a 6-hour stream is crazy. It didn't even feel like 6 hours. I enjoyed this a lot. I enjoyed the hell out of this. Princess Sidon is crazy. Sidon too fine. I mean, I've heard. I haven't seen him, but I guess we'll see. But I guess this is the part. Since I'm never wrong, Sidon is a certified baddie. Okay, fair enough. I guess this is the time where I gotta chill a little bit. All right, so if you follow me if you subscribe to my YouTube, if you're interested, you can check out all of these parts because I record them live, I edit them, and then I Okay, that child was just in my shot, but whatever. All right, so when we finish, you can check out my YouTube because I have all of the parts of Breath of the Wild up until now that we've been doing, and I have them all in order, and you can check it out. This is the 8th part, and now we're finally heading to the 2nd Divine Beast on the 9th part. With that being said, I really don't have much else. Like I said, my Twitch, my YouTube, and my TikTok are all AprilSamurai. If you want to follow me on Twitter, it's AprilSamurai with the extra I at the end. You know, it's just vibing out. I appreciate every single one of y'all. It was a pleasure talking to y'all. It's a pleasure chatting. It's a pleasure hearing y'all's story, you know, about Legend of Zelda. And I'm looking forward to kind of having a lot of experiences y'all have. I can't wait to play Tears of the Kingdom. I know a lot of people have been talking about Tears of the Kingdom lately. A lot of people are playing it. I'm looking forward to playing that too, but I'm not trying to rush. I know we'll finish Breath of the Wild eventually, and we'll hop right on Tears of the Kingdom, and then, you know, eventually maybe we'll hop on Ocarina of Time afterwards. I never beat Ocarina of Time. I never beat Majora's Mask. Maybe one day we'll play those too, or I think maybe Twilight Princess I might do next. We'll see. After Tears of the Kingdom, we'll see. But with that being said, unfortunately, since I'm always right. W Samurai, stop being fruity. I'm not fruity. What do you mean? What you mean? But since I'm always right, you should get some sleep. No, Link, you're absolutely right. Link is telling me to get some sleep. I got you, bro. I got you. Yes, you are, bro. Nah, I just be chilling. Night King, great stream. I appreciate you. Nah, I'm not fruity at all. I just be vibing. But all right. With that being said, I'm your host, AprilSamurai. And like always, everyone, take care of yourself. Have a wonderful night. And Samurai out. Peace.